Welcome. Thanks a lot, Ms. Noria, for joining. Thanks a lot, Mr. Ujjwal. It's always great to have you.
Good morning, all, and namaste.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Namaste.
Namaste, everyone.
Thanks, Mr. Vijay, for joining. Welcome you. I think you are still on mute. We're just waiting for Miss Maria. She's having some internet problems, so we'll be starting in a few minutes. Mr. Ujjwal, you have changed the background picture. You always bring something new,
Yeah,
beautiful.
I changed the background. So one river from Kailas comes to Pakistan, and one river comes to Nepal. So that's the river from Mount Kailas. It started here.
Beautiful, beautiful,
One is Indus and one is Karnali. Two river. Yeah.
great.
I have made many of you co-hosts, so just admit people when you see.
Sure, sure.
And I'm going to move to the phone instead of computer. So please carry on, and I can hear and speak through
Of
phone.
course,
Okay, thank
of
you.
course. No problem. Welcome, Miss Fiona. Great to have you.
Hello, lovely to meet you.
Likewise. So we're just waiting for Miss Maria and Mr. Turab. It's the seventh and last day of Global South Summit. We are having the last 6 sessions have been great. The participation from across the Global South. Nearly all the last many sessions were extended. We are going off the limits of our sessions because there were so many people, so many great people from Africa, from India, from even Latin America, to all like to share their insights, and everyone got this chance. So hope today is gonna be great as well.
While people are waiting, why not start introduction, Bilal?
Sure, sure. It'll be great. Let's start from you, Sir Kamal. Let's hear your journey in brief. We'll be hearing mostly from you as well. So let's just have a brief introduction from everyone. Think you're still mute. Yeah. Okay.
Bilal, hello.
Yes,
Bilal,
yes, we can hear you.
you can hear me. So, shall I
Perfect.
start with my presentation?
We're just
And-
having an introduction for now from
I see.
everyone. We're just waiting for Miss Maria.
I see. Okay.
Sure.
What is this? Cancel. Achha. And can you go back to the Zoom? No? Maybe you should hang around.
Yeah, you are all right. We can see you and hear you. Please carry on.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not very tech savvy. So,
No problem. No problem, sir.
all right. So, Bilal, what would you like each of us to introduce ourselves, or?
Yeah, we're just having an introduction for now while we're waiting for Miss Maria and Mr.
Yes,
Thurao.
well,
Okay.
I'm an architect and urbanist, and I I'm a traditionalist also in my architecture and urbanism. And so I look forward to everybody else. And, they're all sharing the same problems. And I'm sure all of us are trying to, in our own ways, tackle and deal and respond to this crisis. So I'll be sharing that. I think that Maria will start us off when she comes.
Yeah, I think she has joined.
Mhm.
Miss Maria, are you with us?
I don't see Maria.
I think she's still setting up. Till then, Miss Maria, you can go on and introduce yourself.
Yes, thank you so much, Bilal. Can you hear me, all
Yes,
of you?
we can hear you loud and clear.
Great, great. Good morning to all of you. Good afternoon. I'm Nuria. I'm coming from Spain. I'm based in Valencia, Spain. I am a designer, an interior designer, and an advocate for biophilic design. I am in several projects all around the world to inspire people and to transmit this love for nature that I have. And that's what I'm going to do today here. I'm going to explain to you what is biophilic design about and how we can improve our cities, our spaces, our built environment with biophilic design. So just a short introduction. Thank you, all of you, and thank you for this great summit.
Assalamu alaikum.
Welcome, Salam. Great to have you, Miss Maria.
Can you all see me and hear me? Assalamu alaikum, Kamil Saab.
Perfect.
Hello, everybody. Good morning, wherever you are located. Very good to see you all. I am sorry, I'm having a few glitches at my end. But I am supposed to take over, and I do have a short presentation.
Sure.
But yeah, wherein I posit some questions rather than the answers. But I am having glitches in putting it on. So I would like, if it's okay with everybody, I would like to move ahead with Kamil Khan Mumtaz Sahab.
Miss Maria,
so
you
that
can
we do
share
not
it with
waste
me.
time.
Yeah, if you still would like to present, you can share the file with me. I would put it up if that's okay with you.
Yeah, I'm trying. Actually, I worked it out on my phone, and I'm trying to link it with my Mac. And you know, there are a few fonts which are missing. So just give me some time. But anyways, let me introduce myself. I am an architect, a writer, an activist, and I think I am constantly searching, and of course, researching. My search is for the better of humanity. My search is to raise a voice where it's required. My search is to make people aware how brilliantly we are going wrong with Mother Nature. My search is in the crude consumption, mechanization of not only energy and our resources and what Mother Nature has in store for us, but to the consumeric society that we have become. I think the light is behind me. Can you all see me?
Yes, we can see.
Anyways, that's, I can put a pretty picture of mine for you to see me later. That's okay. I just wanted to share my thoughts. So having said that, yes, I am professionally, I'm an architect. But when I introduce myself, I feel that there's much more to life than architecture. As a person, and how I can create a voice or a noise. I write a lot. I take out a publication by the name of ADA, Architecture, Design, Art, and we do seminars and talks through that. Kamil Khan has also participated in one of those talks. He's been very, very kind and generous to all, and very generous with his support in all our endeavors. So I cannot, at this point in time in my work or in my life, cannot box myself as an architect. It pains me, it disturbs me also. And for me, the outreach of whatever I do is more important. So, I mean, that's what I would like to say. Yes, I do practice architecture. Yes, I have authored a book. And yes, I continue practicing for the very 1% that can support or can, support architecture in their lives. And I seriously think that as professionals, we have not done enough. We have reached out to the 1% or the 2% of our populations, and we have tremendous of population, but as architects, we have not really reached the masses. This is only my personal opinion. I am aware of the works of Kamil Khan, where he has really reached out to the community and all. So having said that, that is just a brief intro, and as we go along, we'll continue learning and about each other and be informed of what we are at in today's time, where we are in our works. I do, like I said, I will share a couple of queries. Queries, I wouldn't even call that, just a couple of thoughts that have been disturbing me, as I have also been listening to the other salons in the last few days. This is the finale. So I will pick it up there. I would like to introduce Kamil Khan Mumtaz. He doesn't need much of an introduction, but I would still like to say that he's one of our revered architects who is doing exceptional work in the revival of architecture in Pakistan, using vernacular methodologies and vernacular materials. He writes intensively. He has a very focused voice, a very strong voice about the urbanity and the urban issues related to the built environment. He lectures widely. He conducts workshops. He is an institute in himself. Kamil Saab, of course, I can go on about you, but I would suggest that you do give a personalized few lines about yourself, and then we'll take on your presentation and come back to mine later. Is that okay, Bilal?
Sure. Basically, you are the chair, so your
okay.
thought.
All right. So I will take it over. No worries.
Yeah. No problem.
Yes. So I will come back, though I don't know what my thoughts would be after your presentation, sir. But in any case, I will try. The screen is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Maria. I think I would like to go straight away into the presentation, and I would welcome comments and questions. It's easier to respond to questions rather than taking up too much time with the presentation itself. So let me start with sharing this presentation. All right. Can you all see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what I'm going to present to you is, and I don't know what you call it. It's a project activity. It's a master plan for Lahore, which has turned out to be a master plan not just for the metropolis of Lahore, but the whole region. That's the division of Lahore. Why I want to share this with you is that this is a case, an example of what all of us, I'm sure, have been saying repeatedly, what should be done, what should be our approach to urbanism and architecture, and so many other things. For once, this when the master plan for Lahore had to be made for the next 30 years, very strange things happened. First of all, the Lahore Development Authority, which is responsible for preparing these plans, they invited a bunch of Lahoris into the Development Authority rather than advertise and appoint a consultant. And they asked this crowd, told them that we have to make a new master plan. The old one is expiring. And could you tell us what kind of Lahore you would like? And this is unprecedented. And of course, the whole hall just burst out into like a fish market. Everyone was so full of what they wanted to say, what it should be, what should not be, etc. In the end, he said, okay, now you've all talked a lot, go home, just write us one sentence, one line. What is your vision for Lahore? We did that, and I'll show you what it was. Then they said, okay, now go into the hall. And mind you, the first session, there were so many people wanting to say so many things. It lasted for about more than a month. Then they said, okay, now you just write down. And then they asked us to write the terms of reference for the consultants to prepare this plan. And what has came out was, I think, I would never have expected it, because what we all agreed was we don't want a city for motor cars. We want a city, Lahore, for people. And instead of this standard position of cities as engines of economic growth and development, there was a consensus that they wanted a sustainable and just, a whole based on values of what it means to be human. I think I'll skip over these initial things which you're all familiar with. You know, the crisis that we're facing. I don't have to tell you the incredible situations in which we survive. I don't know how we survive. Malnutrition, the air quality of Lahore is the worst air quality in the world. And also our river, Ravi, is the most polluted, industrially polluted river in the world. And the land is polluted with heavy metals, which we eat in the shape of our vegetables, and extreme poverty. What I wanted, of course, to emphasize throughout this is that all of these things are interconnected. The global ecological crisis, economy, social crises, they're all of them connected to, if I can say it in one word, it's modernization. And modernization which is defined by industrialization. So industry and the pursuit of endless growth, progress, development has led us to this crisis. Great income disparities and throughout. It just as a global community, the world has enough to feed all of mankind, and yet there are so many who are living below the poverty line. 60% of our population is below even $2 per capita per day. And at the same time, in the same city, the upper incomes are literally off the charts. So it's a question of we produce enough, but it's the distribution which it's actually overproduction. That's what we need, is to reduce growth, degrowth, de-urbanize, and because it's the pursuit of development defined by GDP and industrialization that you see in Pakistan, the gap between imports and exports, and that leads to our indebtedness, impoverishment, disparities. So I'll get on with what this citizens bunch or group ad hoc, which then was formalized into a proper committee as part of the planning process. Having the background says that we're caught in two interconnected existential crises: climate change, global warming, extinction of species, social crime, income inequality. All of these things, as I said, are interconnected. Both of them, they threaten the very existence of humanity. So the vision that I mentioned was a prosperous Lahore, a center of urbanity and civilization, not an engine of economic growth. And it was, of course, based on the measure. The connection is it's all too familiar for all of us who are in this field of sustainability and dealing with the global crisis. We're just overproducing. We're producing more than the capacity of the planet to renew those resources. And we often say that, oh, it's not our fault. Pakistan is an underdeveloped, poor country. We are not responsible for this. But if the world is 83% overshoot, Pakistan is over 160% overshoot in comparison to its own biocapacity. So the goals that the citizens group defined for the master plan was conservation of our humanity and our environment and the realization of our highest human potential. And then defining humanity in terms of a set of values, not in terms of quantity or commodities. It's things like love, compassion, justice, and beauty, not quantities such as gross national product, monetary wealth, and material possessions. And the intention we set for the plan would be normative standards for consumption to reduce ecological footprint and increase biocapacity. Inclusivity, these were 5 principles that emerged out of this citizens' discussion, which you're all familiar with. An economy based on need rather than greed. An economy which has a target of prosperity and well-being of all citizens, full employment opportunities for working population. The environment, it was important, the quality of land, air, water, etc. All of this is exactly what people like yourselves are constantly demanding. And here, for the first time, a city was asking for a plan. And so this is a citizen's petition, which had more than 4,000. Now it's grown beyond that. So no urban area expansion. And a normative city, we said, is a walkable city. So restricted area, specific high density, based on pedestrian circulation, integrated mixed land use, and low rise. You can't afford high rise, it just costs too much. And an economy which has two aspects, organic farming and artisanal manufacture. We do not want big industry. In fact, to limit and reduce industrial production and replace it with artisanal manufacture. So on the one hand, this was, as I said, for the first time, terms of reference for the plan that were designed to really genuinely have a sustainable future. The consultants were selected accordingly. Those that best understood this objective were asked to prepare this. And there's been this big struggle with the consultants, and that still goes on. But here is what I really want to draw your attention to, that despite the fact, we're always complaining, oh, this master planning is all wrong, the planners don't know. But here we actually had a plan that was genuinely sustainable or demanded, was a plan for sustainability. While the LDA was involved with us, with the citizens, the consultants, in making this plan, at the same time, the LDA changed the building regulations before the plan was even announced, let alone be implemented. And the building regulations, which they brought in, was to allow high rise, the sky is the limit. At the same time as the master planning exercise was going on, the government announced a huge mega project of building a city more than the size of the existing 10 million population of Lahore. They wanted an 11 million population mega city in the middle of the river floodplain. So, and then another project was announced, the Central Business District, whereas we had been saying you want to low rise, desegregate, break it down into sustainable, walkable cities, and suddenly the city announces a Central Business District concentrating high-rise skyscrapers, lots of traffic, all of the things completely counter to what the plan was trying to present. High-rise buildings, as I said, were allowed in commercialization. So the point I would like us to discuss here, that we can have the most brilliant ideas. It's not going to change the world, because ultimately the changes that are required, it can only be brought about by it's a political action. And politics means power. And the power elite who are actually controlling things make a nonsense of all the good intentions of the citizens who are looking for something sustainable, humane. The power elites want more progress, more development, which is really destroying our cities, our planet, our environment. So what I'm saying essentially that to bring about a real, I don't believe it. I think it's too late now. We've crossed far too many tipping points. So what do you do when we've reached a terminal stage? These are questions that we have to really think about. As architects, as planners, as citizens, there is, I mean, here we are, we worked so hard for this plan, and suddenly somebody went to court and saying that this plan should be stopped. It's going to destroy the environment, and it's going to use all the green spaces and etc. And the court has put a stop to that plan. So it's frozen. Our struggle is not over. You have to keep struggling, but really what we need to discuss, to look at, and be aware that what it's not enough to be having small seminars, publications, plans, architects talking amongst themselves, planners, because what is going to really is already determining and will continue is power, political power, which doesn't care a damn about destroying the planet, destroying whole countries. And so what do we do? That's my question. I really want to get your views. And as I said, that here is for once an actual plan which is sustainable, but the power circles are doing everything to not allow it to see the light. Okay, Maria, can we go on to discuss? Are there questions about what we're doing in Lahore?
I think if you can shed some light on the plan, there will be answering questions. If you can just share a few more about the project itself, then we can take some questions, or maybe we can take the questions later. As people are continuously joining in Kamilsa,
okay,
and
I see.
they're warming up to the morning session. So hence I am saying that, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, very interesting. Just to give you the sense of how this, when we sat down to write down the terms of reference, the LDA very kindly had put on the table for each one a draft terms of reference. Obviously, you are layman, you don't understand planning, ordinary citizens. So we made, so we flipped through this document, and we all looked at each other and said, this looks very familiar. And somebody said, oh, this looks like the standard World Bank master planning terms of reference. And they said, oh, yes, we got this. But you see, we've changed the date. So as we said, rubbish. First of all, this is all in English. And if our first principle is participatory planning, the first thing we need to decide is that the work of this master plan will not be in English. It will be in Punjabi for the Lahoris. And the plan can be published in Urdu for the national audience. And then you can translate it into whatever language. If that wasn't enough, when we said, okay, what is how do we begin with the terms of reference? What is the city? Lahore. What is Lahore? It's a city. Well, no city is sustainable. So how can we ensure sustainability of Lahore? The second decision that the committee took was, we don't want a master plan for Lahore. No city is sustainable without the region from which it derives its livelihood. So we don't want a master plan for the megacity of Lahore. We want a regional structure plan for the region that supports its own population. So the whole nature of the plan became different. Then a master plan for Lahore? No, we've had enough master plans for the capital of the province. This region does not have just one city. It's got 49 urban settlements. So we want a master plan. We want 49 master plans. So two things, a regional plan and 49 master plans. So this is the way, and then, as I said, with the principles of planning, no area expansion at all. This has been a struggle that we've been having with the consultants. Somehow or other, they always sneak in a future expansion. And we say, but we can't afford even one more inch, and there's no need. There's 90% of the developed urban area of Lahore is low density. So why do you need to expand? There's invested infrastructure, which is not fully utilized. So densify and create walkable cities out of this megalopolis so that you don't need mechanized transportation. And instead of these dual carriageways and green strips, if you make it walking, that releases about 30% land area. If you increase densities, instead of restricting it to double-story private family houses, it should be based on at least 4 to 5 stories, so that you don't need lifts. And just by that, you have enough capacity in the existing urban area to accommodate all the future population for the next 30 years. So no urban expansion, no need for, and while we're saying this, the government is announcing 5-lane expressways going across the city. While we're saying that we can't afford high-rise, they're started building skyscrapers, a central business district to encourage capital investments, more progress, more development. So all this real politics versus the best of intentions of citizens. I don't know how this struggle, this conflict, it's a complete different directions. How do we resolve this issue? I don't know. And the consultants would keep on saying, oh, but we need some area for industry. And we said, but look, we want green manufacturing. We don't want polluting, toxic industries. Oh, but we can put it far, far from the city center. But wherever you put it, you don't want to take away the poison from here and anywhere else. Just do away with these big industries. You can produce everything you need by hand artisanal manufacture. If you do that, you don't have to have industrial zones and then try and push them out to some other place. It can be compatible with your residence. You can have your workshop on the ground floor and live on the top. So artisanal manufacture, organic farming will, you all know, it will save the soil, the water, pollution, and ensure that more people grow their own food and have healthier lives. They have better food too. So it's at the same time, the government is announcing plans to introduce corporate farming, to hand over millions of acres to the army of all places, or big corporate sector farming. Oh, this will raise production, but we already produce enough. Oh, but we have to export. What will you do with the export? Oh, we'll import energy. And there you go. All are, and we keep raising the imports. What do you pay? How do you pay for that? Is by exporting our population. The biggest foreign exchange earner is the export of our workforce. And this is modern slavery, slave trade. We produce these children, we feed them, clothe them, educate them, and when they are reach the age of productive age, then we export them to Canada and Australia and the United States. And they send back, that's the biggest foreign exchange earner. What do we do with all of this money? We buy high-tech machines, energy, oil, gas. So all of the money goes back to the developed nation. So it's a dirty trick. I mean, all the money they're sending back, we send it back. And in the end, I've shown what it's doing to our health, to our economy, to our society, to our ecology. So there's no lack of clear ideas of what needs to be done. The question is, how are we going to implement this? How are we going to get the power, the ruling authorities to actually implement? Everybody knows what needs to be done. Why don't we do it? Instead, we just say, we're having elections in a week. Every party manifesto, oh, we're going to raise the GDP. We're going to give more economic progress and development. But we're also dying. We're killing ourselves with overproduction. And why do you want to do this? And this is a disease which is the whole world. So what if we run out of the resources? There's still Mars. We can have colonies on the moon. And then there's other galaxies to conquer. So it's a strange mindset. Is it possible to change this? What can we do to change this? These are my questions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Can I speak?
Yes.
Yes. Very welcome, Dr. Renuka.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A very good morning to everyone. And yes, it is very enlightening to hear the first talk about all this. I think it is exactly the war between sustainability and development, what he is saying. And I would certainly agree that the built environment I'm also from the built environment, and they have rarely followed the values. They have always followed probably the power. And I did one study on values, and I completely agree that the local places must be developed on the basis of community's value. Why these landscapes? Why this open space? What does it matter to them? Do they want to drive in cars, or do they want pure air? And all those values are definitely should be embedded into the design stage while we are doing it. And that was, I think, the master plan was there. But also, again, as highly highlighted by Wakar, I think, yeah, that this is again the game of power, and also I feel that there are plenty of inequalities, and especially again just to reflect on the forum we are. This GSFN has been running since 3 years, and we have not taken any donations. And why? That is especially that I don't believe in philanthropy, especially wealth philanthropy. I believe in knowledge and time philanthropy at least, but not the money philanthropy, because that is, I believe, that is the source of inequality in our society. When we allow someone to earn higher, then only they would be like giving donations to the people who can't earn. Instead, we should design our systems or we should develop ecosystems such that everyone can have their own, the share that they should own. That is what I would like to say, that we must move from this giving rather than sharing. We should be moving to sharing economy. And political will, yes, completely understand. And I think that is where we can see in almost everywhere, even in UN or even in COP. We have been to plenty of places, and I can completely understand that they are negotiating and so on. They are trying to hear everyone's voice, but still the slow movement towards what we want to have, I think there is a power playing the role. So what I would like to, and he at least used a very decent word, that in return we get a high performance machine or something. But my experience says that we get in return arms, which are not necessary. And so that is where I will stop. Certainly what you have presented today is worthwhile to think, and it's a thought for the day, to not for the day, maybe for the whole society and for the community as well. So thank you for starting this very interesting talk. Maria, I will leave to you now. Thank you.
Good morning, Maria. May I just quip in with very quick words?
Sure.
Mr. Kamil, Mr. Kami, thank you so much for your wise words and for your truth. You asked pertinent questions. Why? Why are we facing such problems? Why is there such a disconnect? It is obvious that the knowledge gap that is perpetuated Pakistan and a lot of global South nations are part of the reason why the knowledge gap and why the separation in the knowledge gap has led to just a few key people, or a smaller group of people making decisions for everyone else. I guess in many ways we also can understand that there are records and there are newspaper reports indicating that the wealth of the country is only controlled by a few dozen families. So at the end of the day, it seems that over time and everything, we have decision making which is not really based on the overall strengths and goals of building a better Pakistan. It is always been, why is it that in Pakistan, many of the cities in Pakistan are amongst the world's most polluted cities, while we claim and while we believe that we are only 1.5% emitters of emissions, that we're fine. But we're not fine. Pakistan is the planet's 8th most vulnerable nation to climate change. We have 80 million people working in the linear industry. Over the last 3 years, over 16,000 new real estate businesses have been registered in Pakistan. I've had the experience of working in the real estate industry. Just like there are over 1 million tube wells in agriculture, there are also now rapidly we are extracting the groundwater of Pakistan. We are using finite resources. We all know how much water and finite resources it takes to make one kilo of concrete. So we are also aware of basically the amount of ecological devastation that comes out from operating cement industries. We all seem to know what science and what the truth is, but you are right. Why are we going in the opposite direction? And why are we propagating the opposite direction? Why are we not looking at resilience design? Why are we not looking at renewables? So I thank you very much for all of your thoughts, and I think they are well in line. Over to you, Mark.
Thank you, Turab. I was just coming to you. I didn't see you in the morning. First of all, let me share a few thoughts. I don't know whether you guys can see me. Okay.
Yes,
I guess
we can.
today.
Thank you.
Okay. So today is the finale of this summit, which has been brought together by Turab and his team, and of course with the generosity of Dr. Renuka Thakur of GSFN. We are on this the last day of this mega event that is unprecedented with global speakers. We've had tremendous global speakers sharing their learning, insights, and experiences in addressing the issues. And we continue to do that even in today's session. But before I delve deep into this subject, I would like to welcome all of you. I see plentiful of names joining us from different parts of the world. And I will also take the opportunity to mention the awesomeness of this one guy whose name is Turab Randwa. And I'll say the reason why I mention him, I consider myself a cyclone with a very gentle heart. But this guy is a hurricane. He has put together in so many days, so many people, so many minds, so much of information coming from different parts of the world, and tirelessly, effectively, generously. And of course, I would like to mention the team also, Bilal, behind all of the works. It is amazing, Turab, and for taking on this leadership role here. And you are very valued. I'm sorry if I have not stood up at times for the support. My apologies. I would also like to mention my co-chair of today, Ms. Nuria Munoz, who joins us from Spain, who will take over the second session dedicated to biophilic architecture. Nuria introduced herself, working on biophilia, raising the noise and awareness on the ecosystem and the green environment, which, as has been mentioned by Kamil Saab, is what we are very effectively and very creatively imperiling our situation in this planet, which is just this planet so far that we have to inhabit. There have been immense and intense debates in the previous days on soil degeneration and reasons of its impact, and circular economy, as was being discussed just a few minutes back, the food safety, consumption, air pollution, water resources and management. Today we will bring in the lens of the built environment, what it is, how it is playing out in our respective rural, peri-urban and urban areas. Who are the precursors? What drives it? The political situations, the never-ending greed, gentrification, deforestation, and so on. This particular salon, this collective talk initiative actually is a thought that brings, and one of the leaders in Disruptors is Turab himself. Thinkers and thought leaders in the design, building, architecture, and engineering space to collaborate, to enhance our voices, to learn from each other, and to try to mitigate the situation that we are all collectively in. It is not a one man's problem anymore. It is I, we, they, us, all of us together in the now situation. So it is up to us how we address it, and how can we address it, which was very rightfully questioned by Kamil Saab himself. And though he has a lifelong experience in city making, in dwellings, I shudder to think if there is such despondency around, how do we really calculate and come back to our senses is also one of the tasks. So you may allow to share, for me to share the screen, just to pull up some words and throw it to the audience and to the people joining us. The particular slideshow, the presentation, is devoid of any visuals. And the reasons is when we read something, we imagine something, we create nuances and pictures and memories through those words. And that is what my intention is, because what I am gonna say is nothing new. We all know what's happening, what needs to happen, where we are standing and all. But I am trying to pull up the essence of imagination, because I feel it is not just us, the architects, the engineers, the artists, the social scientists. It is all of us who make a difference in our very own ways. So how do we sensitize ourselves is what my intention is right now. So if you would just allow me to pull up my presentation, guys.
You have the permission. Everybody has.
Thank you.
Hi, who do we have next?
Turab, I'm just coming up on the screen. Just hang in there.
No problem. If you need help, Bilal's right here.
Yeah, I'm aware. Thanks, Bilal. Thanks for all your support all the time. Continuous 24-hour support. This guy is a gem. I am gonna stop my video. Okay, so can you see my screen?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, as I've been mentioning that we do talk about that the environment is in peril. I tend to think that it is the humanity which is in peril, actually. And very soon we'll be an extinct species, all because of our doing. Quran says, we are the Ashraful Makhlukat. Now, that particular word, Ashraful Makhlukat, means we are the higher being. We are of a higher intellect. We are of a higher emotive senses that we have. That we have been bestowed with this highest order because of our intelligence, which is in the mind, heart, and gut. I'm sorry, the reason I have put off my video is because of the internet thing. Is that okay with everybody?
Yes, it's good.
Our senses reinforce our intelligence process, providing an innate sensitivity that we call humanity, which is perilously missing at this point in time. I mean, I would not even like to dwell on Gaza because that is an extreme event, but it does impact us in every which level. How is it possible that we condone to these levels? Cutting trees, and like I mentioned, it is by design that I am not placing any visual here. Cutting trees, deforestation, water pollution, plastic waste, animal killing, human atrocities, and many such more. Why do we continue doing this? The essence and the value of architecture lies in the humanity transmitted by the architectural object, in the pleasure of communication / communion with this other that is both so close and so far away. This was communicated to us in the 17th century. It's applicable so more so now. And I'm just thinking, if the philosophers were thinking about it then what would they say if they were to come back to this planet Earth? Where is it that we have lost the communication and the communion strategy that builds us all together? Similarly, because architecture engages in a dialogue with nature, indeed with nature, and when we say nature, we mean the environment, our surroundings, it must be both ancient and extremely modern. It must aim to reach the origin of problems and point towards the future. So if in this Luigi Piglio, again 17th century, if he was talking about the future then, so is it the future that he had conceived, what is unfolding today? And if this is the future of today, then what will our next generation see? Because as just mentioned, that we are leaving behind a youth, and which Pakistan has 65% of it in its population, a youth which is malnutrition, which is dislocated because of famine, because of flooding, because of political crisis, because of power imbalance. So is this the future that we are leaving for the youth? Then what will be the face of our universe be? I leave that to you to imagine. So this is I, and I'm placed in an environment. This exclamation mark is you, me, I, whoever is participating and watching us through different mediums of the technology that is so prevalent in today's time. What does an environment means to us? Of course, it has its physiological determinants. It has personal determinants, socio-cultural determinants, spatial, and of course, experiential. So let us just think how many of us, I think we are the privileged lot, even if we are able to have 3 determinants in our lives. leave alone 5, which were again cited by a social scientist, that this is what is required for us to lead a reasonably happy life, which not which should not be actually passed down to us as if it is a favor, which is our right when we are born in this world. Now this would be something else completely, that, and I'm talking about the environment here. What does the environment where we are located, wherever we may be in the developing world or the developed structure, what is it that the environment actually provides to us, which is our right? Many of us pay our taxes. Many of us are surviving. Many of us are negotiating the paradigms that we are placed in. And many of us might have, emigrated for various reasons. Many of us would have come back to our country for various reasons again. But what is it that the environment, wherever we may be located, provides us? The architecture, which is a safe haven, attunement, appraisals, consciousness, feelings, first-person perspective, lived body experiences, phenomenology, self-respect assessments, which is huge in today's time, which is being fought for and navigated through gender issues, through social status. And of course, where's the theory behind being a living human and responding to our environment? Where is that? I mean, it's a calculated strategy that we just have the basic instincts for survival, and the rest can just go to the air, disseminate itself. So if we are only attuned to just the basic survival instincts and fighting for a right on this motherland, then why were we sent here? That question arises. And that again opens up a socially dogmatic approach as to where we are and why we are here, which is a Pandora's box I'm not wanting to open. I would like that you all read this yourselves, and I will just add a few within the lines. I will give you a few minutes to go and dwell over it. I will just take in the third part. This drive for survival induces humans to recreate the world by representing it, transfiguring it, or by creating worlds anew with the power of imagination. And we are all aware what is happening around us. So is this a power of imagination, or the power of imagination has been dismembered altogether? I will just take very small incident. I mean, I just had to place it because I was so disturbed by it. Just 2 days back in Karachi, there has been a riot running around, and they have been shelving age-old trees, 100-year-old trees, mindlessly. And people have started creating a noise and a voice there. Now, my question is, why would you do that? And who could actually go around ordering such initiatives in today's time when we are in peril, when we are trying to actually plant trees, but as has been discussed in the last so many days, that our soil is in such a bad condition that even our vernacular trees, they shrivel and die because of its poor quality. Why would you do that? I just had to mention this. We are all aware of the climatic conditions. There have been much said over the last few days, and as Kamil Saab also mentioned, the drought, the flooding, And the right-hand side lowermost picture is just a few days back in Japan, the sea level, the rise in sea level, which is a crisis in itself. There are reasons for itself, why it is happening, and this is the climate change. So how do we impact on the climate change? We have impacted the climate change. Now we are trying to redress the climate change. But how can we even decipher the magnanimous wrong that we have done is another question. We have to take small steps, but the whole idea is whether we are willing to take those steps, whether we are aware that we have done the wrong, how blatantly we are actually using, and we continue to loot, plunder, as you and I speak at this point in time. So my question is, how do we actually reach to the people who are making these judgments, these calls, these decisions? I'm aware of COP28, which was which happened in a very affluent society, affluent country, mega resources, and seriously, I have been asking, what is their sustainability in this very luxury-oriented city? Where is it that they are actually addressing sustainability? This greenwashing, this blue washing, and of course, the sustainable washing has taken over so much. It is so blatant that we are unable to cut these barriers of power, which are actually overriding such impediments in our societies. Well, I just leave it with some, again, thought-provocative comments, which are not of the current times. This is 1960s, when Pakistan had just emerged from the partition and was trying to make its place and space and understand its own place and space making in the narrative of world politics. So the crisis of the community, its dislocation, the distress of most of its members went hand in hand with technological progress and social differentiation. This is 1960s. Technology, what we have today, was not even heard of or dreamed of at that point in time. Social differentiation has grown in leaps and bounds. In fact, I think the 80% of I hate using the word poor, 80% of the marginalized population can be shifted to another planet altogether. That is how I look at it, must be the agenda, to throw them into another planet and just wreak havoc in where we are. How can we even curtail plastic management when all of your consumption, and which are the big giants who are producing it, be it your shampoo bottles, be it your bread, be it your eggs, etc., all that you can see in this trolley is actually plastic. But when I check out, he asks me to pay for the plastic bag because I am not sensitized enough to have brought in my bag from home, which may have been a plastic in itself. So can you see the disparity? Can you see the irony of what is happening in the world, and we are engaging and we are part of it? We are so much apart. We are it's like tentacles, and we are shrouded by it. I can just say that. And here, when I read space, I also intend to mention environment, and that's exactly what it is. Space can either invite, open, and extend human possibility, or cripple human potential and imagination. Thank you all. So those were my thoughts. I had intended to open this up. I was not prepared, so my apologies. But and they were reiterated very strongly by Kamil Saab and Dr. Renuka Thakur. So
Ms. Mari, may I add some comments on your wonderful truths?
yes, sure.
Firstly, I thank you so much for bringing many pertinent matters, and I really appreciate the mentioning of Gaza finally in our summit. You know, in line with what you're saying, in line with the conflict of questions, the conflict of ideology, it is just my opinion that we seem, as a planet, as humanity, we seem to be in a state of hubris. Now, this hubris is developed by mixed messaging, by creating division within societies, and we tend to seem to accept things which, under normal circumstances, we would not accept. For example, we accept the continuation of food systems that are very much validated to cause extreme conditions and compromising of biosecurity of nations and the public health of humans. We have extreme situations where in today's civilized world, in today's educated world, you know, I wonder sometimes whether how would we define this generation? It is very possible for us to be living in the generation that has the most access to knowledge, but uses it the least. I think generations before us had very little access to knowledge, and they pursued knowledge so that they can elevate themselves. In fact, in Islam, it is the duty of all Muslims to pursue knowledge. But yet, that fundamental tenet seems to be missing from our ethos. We have great divisions, even within Islam, where clearly, I Miss Ria from India just 2 days ago, very bright young woman, lady, did some research on Islam, and she discovered that even before the movement of gender equality conversations came, she stated that Islam is the only religion that already has a well-defined role and where women are already defined as equal. So in many ways, you know, our societies, our religions has been misconstrued. Then there are wrong connotations associated with Islam, wrong connotations associated with Pakistan. As a Singaporean in Pakistan for the last 17 years, I have the opportunity to have both sides of knowledge. And it appears to me that, you know, there's so many stereotypes associated with Pakistan, so many stereotypes associated with countries in the global south. That's why they're called the global south. And naturally, an immense amount of stereotypes associated with Islam. Today, we have humans dying on a daily basis, where it's either death by bombs or death by starvation, now death by thirst. So we see all of this. We see all of this conflict, and I can understand why all of this actually affects the mental health of humans, because there's great conflict, right? Essentially, I believe humans are about humanity, and humans inherently all have innate goodness in them. But is our goodness being suppressed? Are we not allowed to speak our minds? Are we not allowed to tell the truth? And why is it that there's such great conflict in the world? So the green built environment, and it's about going back to, in my opinion, you know, how are we supposed to design with the planet? How are we supposed to design with humanity as part of our mission? Mr. Spiro a few days ago talked about welfare. You know, that how we measure societies with GDP is in error. You know, should we look at gross domestic product? Should we look at what is our gross human product? What is our gross welfare? So perhaps we need better indexes. You know, in Islam, this is very much a good niyat index. what is humanity's good need index? So I think at the end of the day, it's also said that one good deed in Islam is the weight of one mustard seed. So I often ask myself, how many mustard seeds do I need to accumulate to have 1 kilo on the scale of things? How many mustard seeds do I need to accumulate to have 1 ton in the scale of things? So if you look at all of this together, you will see that the world is accumulating very negative karma. And negative karma often, has its repercussions, such as climate change, such as inequalities. So for me, I love the SDGs. I think the SDGs are very smart. And I think the SDGs and ESG has been much maligned. And there's a great force in the world that tries to work against it because they are currently working in the direct opposite of the SDGs. SDGs have also very intrinsic Islamic values. I think at the end of the day, SDGs, in fact, in general, perpetuates greater humanity and the sustainable development goals that we need to have in order to have a future for our children. Yesterday, we had a very bright young boy, 13 years old, Mr. Muhammad, who eloquently described his perception of a sustainable vision. And he clearly demonstrated that he understands what the problems are in Pakistan. So if we include everyone in our conversation, we need to create a voice, right? I think I'll leave it there. And I thank you so much, Ms. Maria, for your truths and for your opening. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Turab. Thank you for those generous words, very emotive words as well. I think it is not my truth, it is all of us truths. And I was just trying to reckon how can we go wrong so drastically in the name of advancement and technology and so on and so forth. I will take this opportunity to now invite Mr. Vijay Shiragupi from India to inform us of his thoughts and via his talk. Is he here? Also, I would like to request Turab or Bilal for a formal introduction. I'm sorry, guys, I am traveling, so I'm in bits and pieces. So just bear with me on that one.
No problem.
Turab?
We're here with you. Everybody,
Okay.
thank you so much for coming here today. We have our next guest with us, Mr. Vijay. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. We look forward to your words. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Maria and Turab, of course, Bilal and Dr. Renuka Thakur for inviting me and, making me part of GSFN. Well, we've been talking about climate change. We've been talking about the damages that it can, cause, and we're experiencing it. And I've been in the field of waste management and environment for the last 20 years or so, having built about 13 to 14 hazardous waste plants, disposal facilities across India, and even in the middle and the Gulf also. And I've been involved with various other activities also. But apart from that, the main focus has been the passion has been about environment, right from my college days. You already have seen that I'm a mechanical engineer, and I see some architects here, and I feel a little bit jealous. Mari also is an architect, and my classmates were architect students, my roommates in the hostel. And I was really regretting why I did not take up architecture, because mechanical engineer, there were no girls. So that has been one regret in life. Anyway, good to see all of you here. Coming to the point, I will start my presentation. Give me just a second. Yeah. Well, let me come to a point. When we are talking of green built environment and so on and so forth, we are now talking about what should be the materials of the future. Will we still be using cement, sand, paint, all polluting material like concrete, steel, everything. So in collaboration with my colleague and one of the partners in the company, which is a German company, we have come up with certain innovative products that will solve many of our issues. Let me not again get stuck on that. We know that polluting materials are destroying our planet. Climate change is a dangerous reality. It's already threatening us or already threatened us so many times. And what we should do, the only solution what we feel is you have to get an alternative, better material. Am I audible?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can hear you loud and
Okay. And one of the most important point in any of these solution is it has to be a sustainable solution. Otherwise, things won't work. Even if you invent a golden spoon, but you have to sell it. So it has to, and you have to maintain it. So we have to build something that is for the people, for the planet, for the pollution and profit. And we have to have sustenance. So what if we are able to reduce or replace globally over a period of time? It can't be immediate, otherwise there will be a big economic crisis worldwide. But steel, concrete, aluminum, basically metals, fossil, oil and coal. We require coal for making steel or making cement. Or wood, again, is being cut across the world. We already cut, I think, too much of wood that forest cover or green cover is over. So we have to do something as a standard operating process, as we call it, but today it is a save our planet. Okay. What we are coming up with is already come up with is carbon fiber. Carbon fiber is a very strong material. I'll come to it. Plus stone, because stone is available across the globe. Mostly on the surface also. We not go deep into the earth to dig like iron ore or aluminum or other bauxite or even coal. So this is a composite material. And since stone is involved, it is 80% already cured by the nature over a period of centuries and all that. And it's already being done in Germany. And the application sectors are construction, infrastructure, transportation, and you can imagine in many areas. Okay. Now, carbon fiber stone has got a compressive strength of construction steel and tensile strength and rigidity of carbon fiber, and the same 2 times lighter than steel, same weight as aluminum. So it is a new material that is being done. Carbon fiber stone is patented. It's a proven German technology. We have patents in US, China, India, European Union, and over 12 years or more, I've been with this project, with this product, working on this, and we have already German government has given a grant, and it's already being sold, but it is more of a novelty product because it's very expensive to make it in Germany, and it is handmade right now, so also very expensive to market it. So it's a time for us to go commercial. Okay. Now, this is the process, what we are getting into it. If you look at it from here, from the second part, okay, there are two angles to it. One is carbon fiber. Carbon fiber is a pollutant made by fossil fuels currently, and it is not highly polluting process. First of all, fossil fuel, and then certain acid is involved, and then it is converted into yarn and then into a fiber, like any of our cloth, what we are wearing. It's like a cloth, but it is very strong material. As we know that diamond being totally carbon is a very strong material. So we have two technologies here. One is how to make carbon fiber by itself using nature. That is, we have the technology to make it by using algae. Okay, algae as a process that convert that into the fatty portion of the algae to oil, and then through another process to thread. Then we would carbonize it using sun power, and then again, like a textile material, we can make it or wrap it up with so many other products. Carbon fiber is a technology from 1960s, when we started going to the moon and all that. And to make the rockets lighter and go far away, much far, it was used with mainly steel. Even probably Turab's or Maria's Mercedes-Benz would have that carbon fiber steel in their vehicles. And it also makes it a little bit more fuel efficient. Yeah. Now, there are some myths in that granite is expensive. When we do it with the cheapest material compared to other material like iron ore or limestone or bauxite, it is much cheaper. And as I already told you, it is very expensive right now because it is being produced in limited quantity. But if you use algae, and that to using, and there is two business ideas for carbon fiber. One is for the Middle East itself, having, say, like Saudi Arabia, where I worked earlier, having a vast sea coast and using the sea and making that into the algae. It is much easier and cheaper, and possibly for the Middle East it can be a future solution for producing carbon fiber when the oil runs out of those nations. Now, everybody thinks that stone is brittle or stone can't be, it can't be bent or anything. But when we add with the carbon fiber, it makes it flexible. And we can show you, instead of me talking so much, let me go to this. Now you see here a rusting steel beam, which is currently being used across the world. And this is a carbon fiber stone beam, which is less weight but more strong. It will never rest, and it can hold the buildings for centuries together. Now this is an I-beam, about 6 meters long and 6.4 meters, which can be used in the construction industry. And remember, it's 50%, the steel is 50% heavier than CFS. Now, this is a carbon fiber stone wall. So we don't have to have, steel, cement, bricks, sand, plastering, painting, timber, waiting time in terms of curing it, or the mixing of the cement with water, or how the builders will do to save on costs. So we'll have leaking walls and all. But with the carbon stone, with a stone here at the facade and at the backside also, we can have conventional walls. So that it's very easy to build, and it is waterproof. No maintenance required, no paint required, etc., etc. And it has proved to be that it can carry a weight up to 25 tons per meter. Now you see the same carbon fiber panel is flexible. The carbon fiber makes it flexible because of its properties, and even stone becomes flexible. Now you see this guy sitting out here. This photo is taken by me at an exhibition in Germany. And this, after he gets up, it goes back to its original shape. That's its tensile. Well, now photovoltaic frames, now which is the craze of the solar industry, where you have used steel rods, but instead of that we can have this carbon fiber, which is long lasting and non-rusting. This is what we have done. We have done it for BMW as a pilot project. where we are using the solar modules. Now, this is being sold currently across especially to an Italian steel manufacturer, Measurement Lancers. It is being made in Germany using carbon fiber stone. Now, this is one of the most important aspects. This is a sunflower propeller. It is based on our ancient Indian Vedic sciences, and the blades are being made from carbon fiber. It's currently being tested. It's already we are testing it for underwater application also, wherein it can use the sea tidal waves to propel itself, and it is something a different story by itself, which is being currently being worked upon with IIT Bombay, IIT Madras, and certain other universities across Germany. And this also is made by Indian scientists. So now the proof of concept. If you imagine, we have done it for railway sleepers, where it has been already tested to European and German standards 3 times over safe working. Okay, and this is a buffet table with heating. Okay, aeroplane floorings is being done. It is being used in a hotel. Now, pillars and beams from CFS. Okay, you can see that we have done this. One of the more important project or product is for Europe, basically, where the winter weather conditions are high, and with this current Ukraine and Russia war, the oil prices going up, even including the recent wars. So the heating problem is solved with a very low usage of current, and it's with 1 mm thick black granite. It has got the heating effect for a room. So when you look at it as a green built environment, if you look at housing, we can prove that. We got order from UAE to make this pedestrian bridges on the roads. Then in transportation, if you look at the current usage of metal in the train or the ship, or even to a certain extent in the aircraft, yes, you can make it with carbon fiber stone, and it is much lighter, so that you got more fuel efficiency, you got more lightweight and much faster speed that you can cover. And even we are talking to the Indian military to look for the bulletproof jackets for this using a carbon fiber stone. Wind turbine blades, which are more strong, durable than the current wind turbine or the windmill blades, which are quite polluting, and there's a huge stock of this wind blades that has gone waste once it breaks. But this is a good solution, and we have so many other applications that I could show you more pictures. Now, since I'm from India and I want to start this product in production of this in a commercial scale in India, so I'll talk. We have enough of sun, sea 7,500 kilometers long, and a good amount of stone which is already being exported across the world, and we have it in plenty. And I'm sure whether even Africa or other countries also will have them in plenty. And we have land availability, we have raw materials, we have labor, we have government gives subsidies, business models, it's business to government, business to consumer, business to business, and we have a team ready. And the purpose of this presentation was to make a pitch for the investor. So I could not change, I didn't have much time to change, but ultimately it is related to the current market. conditions or the reality of the current situation. Okay, this is just a global market that it is 13 billion in construction sector. So if we can wipe out to a certain small percentage also, it will be 1 trillion market globally, and it is easily exportable. This is a market segment that we have. Still today, there is no competition. I've been trying to get, but we have the recent COVID-19 prevented it to stop us. But now we are looking at much faster way of getting funding for this project. One more aspect I forgot to mention when I said algae. Algae, when we use it to make a carbon fiber. Pardon me?
कौन છે वो એ ખબર નહીં ડોક્ટર લેડીઝ કે જેન્ટ્સ લેડીઝ જ હશે
Excuse me.
Sorry about that, Dr. Vijay.
Okay.
Just technical. Please carry on. Thank you.
No problem. Maybe your wife was shouting at you. Well, when I was talking about carbon fiber made from algae, after the fat is removed from the algae to make the fiber, the thread for the carbon fiber, the residual product is highly organic and very good fertilizer. So one of the solutions for green soil is also this, that you produce one product and the residual is another utilization in the for making the soil very good. And we are right now focusing to start with the housing sector because that's a huge market. And with the destruction of the current cities and all that, there will be still more demand. Again, there will be still more pollution in terms of usage of carbon, of cement, steel, and everything, whatever you see. But this could help in that particular activity. And there are special high value components too, but it will take time. So my presentation is just to educate you about the carbon fiber stone as a material for the help of the safety or the improvement of our climate change. And as you see, you can have 60-70% is built by using the carbon fiber stone. And even the granite, what we cut also will not be wasted. It can be used for certain other applications within this. So this is our patent that we got in August for the rebar. So rebar is like a reinforcing bar that can be used in the construction, where instead of the steel rusts for a period of time, the carbon fiber stone doesn't rust, so it will be able to still hold the building to a larger time, and nothing is wasted. Once something is broken or something, the carbon fiber stone can be destroyed and used as a construction material or making roads or certain other usages. We were present at the conference of parties held in Dubai recently, and as I told you, we have 2 pedestrian bridges from CFS materials, which we are doing it. We'll use the granite from India. I don't know whether Pakistan has got enough granite available to them in their country, but India has got plenty of granite, and we have got, as I said, for the rotor blades for the sunflower. One of the I could talk more about sunflower too, which you can see it in Germany. The sunflower is also very useful for shipping industry, wherein the fishing boats will be self-propelled because of the wind, and it will be self-propelled, and also it will be charging the batteries that we'll have in the so another major polluting product, like using diesel engine for small fishing boats and all that. It can be done with sunflower. You can go and the website of sunflower and check it out. Well, we are a very small company right now. We have a plant in Munich, and Mr. Kolya Kuse is the scientist and the founder, and he's got about 83 patents, and these products are being manufactured, and we are in partnership with Airbus, Mercedes, SGL Carbon. They are all working on a clean carbon technologies project in University of Munich. We already formed a company. This is the company that we have in Munich. We aim to commercialize. Now, if you see this is a granite slab, and this is a carbon fiber. This was taken during a press conference in Germany factory. And this carbon fiber is wrapped on it through a certain technical process, which we have the patents for. Otherwise, everybody will think, just put a gum there and you can stick it and it becomes flexible. No, it can't happen like that. There is a certain pressure, certain temperature, certain process applied for a particular type of granite. You can't, one size fits all is not the case. Now we are looking at, as I told you, investment to do this, and we want to study for the project and prepare a detailed project for India. Even Africa also will come later, but we are talking to a few of them, and we hope anybody is interested to talk to us about the subject. They are welcome to do so. We would like to start with about 5 lakh or 500,000 square foot plant, which will cost about 8 to 9 million in India, which is not a big ask compared to what we can look at future, or somebody who's a visionary or a marquee investor would look at it from a point of investment. And we have all the other material available, technical team is available. All we require is, as usual, the last straw, that is funds. Well, these are some of the people involved with it, and I hope that whatever we can say, that COVID has locked down, we faced lockdown. Now climate is proving now we will be knocked out, and many people are talking about the time, and we are all in the same boat. We have only one planet unless somebody wants to go and live in Mars or Moon or something. So the ultimate is that what we feel is, if anything that is sustainable and durable and over a period of time helps the climate, is this carbon fiber stone, in my opinion, and I hope it will become your opinion too. I would like to take any questions or anything that I went very fast, or because I think 15 minutes was the time. If anybody wants to ask anything, please do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Vijay.
so much.
That was a great presentation in renewable materials. Yes, we do have tons of granite and marble and stone in Pakistan also.
Okay.
And we have been knocking down a lot of hills and terrains, to profit from that. So this renewable alternative could be something that should be looked into, of course, and is being looked into. The magnitude of the usage of this particular product is huge. So I think there would be some deliberations who would take you up on the venture, that whether it should be opened up, and it can be opened up. I would just like to reiterate, we are on the last leg of this almost week-long salon that has been continuously going on with different voices and with different minds informing of the perils, and with hope also, because humanity cannot be devoid of hope. And I mean, I am super happy to hear about the 13-year-old boy who actually shared his vision, because I think those are the voices that we need to hear, and sensitize as well. Just wanted to pull in this information that this is an initiative together taken with SDC, Sustainable Design Council. The founders are Turav, Nuria Munoz, myself, and Kelly. Kelly has not joined us today. And of course, in collaboration with GFSN, ADA, and Habitormonia Academy, and many others. The finale is actually opening up to multitude of discussion in itself, and we will hope to continue maybe in concentrated talks. And I will definitely like to pull you in, Vijay, in one of our architectural discussion as to the materials that we use and why do we use, and what can we, how it is proliferated, in the built environment in the name of greenwashing, whitewashing, or whichever. So I would like to know whether Professor...
Maria, can I come in with just a few questions?
Sure.
Thank you so much. Mr. Vijay, thank you so much for your insight. And I agree with you. The hunt for new renewable materials is what we all need to collectively move towards. I myself, Medigood as a soil health and protein health company, right? So soil for us and understanding it, and we also feel that as part of our work, we will also be looking into renewable materials. We're looking at industrial hemp, right? But naturally, at the end of the day, it all takes time. You see, the current built environment is being developed in rapid time, because there is an economy for it, right? We have the cement industry, we've got the steel industry, we've got all of these industries, the construction industry that has been developed to be able to sustain such a built environment. Now, therein lies the problem as well, because it has been so heavily invested in, right? And there are such great infrastructure already for it. The very idea that now the realization is that none of it is sustainable. Neither the steel industry, neither the cement industry, because they're all using unsustainable materials, and all of them currently operate under unchecked consumption of finite resources. So it has to be a system change. And naturally, now let's just for 30 seconds imagine conversations in a boardroom. Somebody tells the president that, look, it appears that the materials that we are using is no longer being wanted by the planet. We have to change our processes. Now, as a business owner that has spent maybe 30, 40, 50, 60, some even 100 years developing businesses, it would be very obvious that they would want to delay this transition as long as possible. Two reasons for it. A, mostly because of the knowledge gap, because perhaps they're not able to see and look into diversifying into different materials and options like what you have done, right? So I agree with Maria, and predominantly and we will want to engage with you further. And I really like your ideas, and I'm a strong believer in developing renewable materials. I actually even presented it as an 11-point agenda at the national conference in Pakistan as well. Now, I'm a Singaporean, right? So I actually, for me, I have no issues doing business in India. In fact, Biome Makers, I'm looking after both Pakistan and India. So we will also be having international headquarters as well. It will be a dual HQ setup. I noted that you have established in Germany as well. So I will be getting in touch with you. I believe Karachi has a wonderful coastline as well. I saw your figures there, right? I'm sure at the end of the day, if we come up with some solution whereby, would you be able to handle more than one pilots and one type? Or are you just specifically looking at starting off in India and scaling to other nations?
See, India is right now comfortable because I'm from India and I know the people here, and obviously all that. But having traveled globally, and I have plans to expand, but at least there should be a first model of success in terms of I think Africa is a very good market, and like I said, even Saudi Arabia, for example, its coastline. What happens is this carbon fiber, which is made from algae, requires salt water, and surprisingly, even in Europe, that water is not easily available in salt water in some countries, interior of Europe. So even they don't have salt to an extent. So they are import. So everything in what's happening in Europe, like Germany, if for instance imports granite from India or Norway or some other country. So putting it all together is very, very expensive. But in India, we have all the resources. And if Pakistan also has, it's good. It's very good that you have those things. But India, having established itself in granite over a period of, as you said, centuries, it is a good market to start with. And it's currently being a lot of economic development is happening. So there is a lot of room for growth in India to start with. Of course, we can look at uh, Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, for instance, just because it's got a long seashore plus desert, which is of no use other than anything else. So it can do carbon fiber, and that will be
That's
the
fantastic.
material for the part of that will be the material for the future. And as the oil, the fossils diminish, which the world is trying to do, and the others are trying to resist as usual, because that's their main bread and butter. It becomes an alternative source for these countries, Africa, for instance, having stone, sea land, and a lot of land available. So it becomes much cheaper, and over a period of time there's no point in importing, building material from a country to another country. It can be made locally. So it is scalable. It is not just limited to India by itself, but for many countries across the thing. That's why we took some time to develop the R&D, to get the patent, because it's very easy, to copy. Uh, Initially, they too had doubts about us when we started 10 years back, that we are also just copy paste and start manufacturing something and sell something. But today we are having the patents, and we have much more clarity, transparency in what we do. So the starting point for me, because I'm the founder for India, we can expand globally uh, at a later stage, because once you have the proof of the pudding is in eating it. So once we have something going on, it can be duplicated or replicated across so many countries.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I'm very pleased to inform you that we indeed intend to make Saudi Arabia our headquarters, and Pakistan our circular headquarters. So Saudi Arabia is certainly where we will be. So I think there will be great connections. We are already speaking to naturally a few people in Saudi as well. In fact, our debt financing offer comes from a GCC country. And I think the ideas that you have, you should also look into possible debt financing. The offers from the GCC are actually very, very conservative and also very kind, right? So there are many ways that you can scale up. I will certainly be in touch with you further. All of us, we will all be having the opportunities to share our ideas. Yes. Naturally, Karachi is an option. At the end of the day, how we look at developing the ecosystem for renewable materials is key. I'm very passionate about algae at the same time. So I won't take up more of your time. Dr. Vishnu, please stay with us. There's many other eminent guests who have ideas, and we can all share them as we go. Yes, please.
Yeah.
You have a thought?
Saurabh, thank you very much. You remind me of the Indian actor, Mr. Nasruddin Shah.
Okay, then I'll take that as a compliment. I have no objections to that. Thank you so much.
He's a great actor. He's a great actor.
Yes, yes. I'm also a film and television student. Yeah.
Vijay, don't give him ideas at all. Don't.
All right, Maria.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you very much. And any questions? You have already my email ID, so we can keep chatting or talking about it. No issue.
Yes, definitively. As Turab mentioned, we will be taking this conversation further.
Thank you.
I would now like to invite Professor Emmanuel Bampel. He joins us from Ghana. He is an academic, lifelong academic, and is currently the Dean of Graduate Studies and Research. He brings in expertise in building technology with a PhD in engineering management. He's dedicated to education and serves as the director of the Sustainable Education and Development Research Conference. Of course, he's a great mentor and has many research accreditation to his name. I would now like to request, if he's there and can hear me, to prompt me.
Professor. Good morning, Professor.
I can see him.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Very good morning.
Wonderful listeners and colleagues. Good morning. Yes, only that you have to forgive me. I just had some little emergency I'm currently in town. I thought, do we have any other speaker that can speak? Then later, then the second can come in. Is it possible?
Yes.
So probably the next speaker that will speak, then I'll just recompose myself.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Is it possible?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Sure.
Okay.
Right.
Come back when
Most
you're ready.
grateful.
We are here waiting for you. Maria,
Yes.
to the next guest, please. Next
I think
speaker.
that's fine. Thank you.
Yes. Hello to Dr. Bushra Rashid. If you can hear me.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, I'm here.
Very warm.
Yes, I'm here.
Very warm welcome, Dr. Bushra. Do you think we can have your presentation at this point in time?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can continue.
Okay, so let me just give a brief intro of Dr. Bushra Rashid, and then we'll continue with her presentation. She brings in 30 years of research experience in plant molecular biology, specializes in plant genetic transformation, gene cloning, and studying abiotic stress tolerance mechanism. Dr. Bushra Rashid will be talking about her research that aims to develop crops for sustainable agriculture, addressing the challenges posed by extreme weather conditions and climate change to meet the growing demands for food and bioenergy crops. Dr. Bushra, over to you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So, thank you, Maria, for the introduction. And first of all, I would like to thank you, Bilal and Turab and Maria as well, and for organizing this great event, especially in the prevailing circumstances of the climate change in Pakistan, as well as throughout the world. So there are different aspects you have included in this event, like the infrastructure and the other architecture and other infrastructures. So we are dealing with the crop improvement challenges. Crop improvement challenges related to the agriculture sector. Pakistan is one of the top 10 countries affected severely under the abiotic stress conditions which are prevailing due to severe weather climatic conditions. So in future, we should prepare ourselves to meet the challenges of food security. So we are working and with the molecular mechanism of the crops, which are the different gene expressions, the genes expressing under different abiotic stresses like drought, salinity, extreme temperatures like high temperature, low temperature. So we are working with the molecular mechanisms of these genes playing role in different crop species. Working with this molecular mechanism and understanding the transcriptome, and metabolomic performance. So we will prepare crops in the future, the new crop varieties which are performing best under these climatic conditions. So we are working with the different crops, like we are focusing on the cotton, because cotton is our own important commercial crop, which is playing important role in the economy of the country. And we are also focusing the understanding the molecular mechanism of the desert crop plants, because the desert crop plants are surviving under the extreme climatic conditions, and it is considered that these desert plants are the gene pool for the identification and characterization of different genes playing role under these climatic conditions. So we have identified a number of genes in these wild crop relatives, and after characterization and the understanding of the mechanism of these genes, we have identified, isolated these genes from different crop species, and we are working with the genetic modification of our own local crops to make them tolerant under the extreme climatic conditions. So just let me know, open my presentation, and I will share my PPT. Just give me a minute or more to open the PPT.
Have we lost Dr. Bushra Rashid? Or am I only the one who's facing this problem?
No. It's basically a bad internet in Pakistan currently due to certain circumstances.
Hi, Maria, can you hear me? Maria,
yes, we can hear you.
Hear me?
Yes,
yes. I'm just opening. I'm just opening my PPT, and just give me a minute.
Sure. Take your time.
Opening.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Dr. Bushra, by the way, while we are waiting for your PPT to open, thank you so much for bringing the conversation of food security into this session. And we are very pleased to have you with us. And we will be looking forward to working with you. And we'll ask a few questions after this. But no doubt, food security is key part of the conversation, not just for the built environment, but of nations. So I think Dr. Bushra will be able to share possibly in her presentation as well, you know, how actions in the built environment affect. Thank you.
Okay. So can I continue? So yes, I'm just sitting with my group, the people working with me, and one of my colleague, Dr. Fatma Batul, is sitting here with me, and she has opened the presentation, and I'm just going to ask her. So can you please allow Dr. Fatma Batul? She has opened the presentation. So share होगी?
Please
So
proceed.
can you see? Can you see?
Yes, we can see.
PPT by
Yes.
Perfect.
Dr.
Yes, we can.
Yes. Okay. Fatma, just do start.
Please proceed. Thank you.
यहाँ से ओपन करो, यहाँ से।
Hello.
Can you hear Dr. Fatma Batul?
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Fatima. Please proceed.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Dr. Fatma Abdul, working in Plant Genomics Lab under supervision of Professor Dr. Bushra Rashid in Center of Excellence in Molecular Biology, University of the Punjab, Lahore. And the title of my topic is The Sustainable Pakistan, Climate Smart Future Technologies. Climate change is Pakistan is among the highly vulnerable countries, among top 10 countries who are facing severe climate changes. During last years, the country has faced rapid weather conditions in various provinces, like floods in one province and drought in other. Like in 2022, about 30 million people were displaced due to floods in different provinces of Pakistan. And the main problem is enhanced concentration of greenhouse gases, especially the carbon dioxide that accumulating in atmosphere very rapidly and causing the global warming. And it are ultimately affecting the health, food that we eat, water we drink, air we breathe, and weather we experience. Some introduction about my topic is that biofuel is mostly produced from organic products and waste. And as it's very evident that Pakistan is facing energy scarcity severely, which is a key factor for the development of a country, especially under the country that is under development. And imported fossil fuels from abroad are so much costly for Pakistan, and the consumption of fossil fuels result in mainly not only decline of the resources, but also causing an increase of carbon dioxide in environment that result in the global warming. And this global warming ultimately adversely affecting the climate, including shortage of water. And to combat this severe situation, some environment-friendly biofuels should be produced from plants that require less water for their propagation. For this purpose, agave cislana is thought to be very ideal bioenergy crop that require less water for its propagation and also absorb carbon dioxide from environment due to its CAM pathway. And agave cislana consists of lignocellulosic biomass, but the main problem there is the presence of lignin that don't allow the enzymes to penetrate and digest the cellulose and hemicellulose, and this is caused as recalcitrants. But there, as we are working on a genetic modification, our lab is working on genomics on all around the levels. So we designed a project under supervision of Dr. Bushra Rashid, and that involved the genetic modification of agave cislana that will result in phenotypically normal plants, but have reduced enzymatic and microbial recalcitrants. If we talk about the history of biofuel, in 1890s, Rudolf Diesel was the first person who made biodiesel from vegetable oil. And then in 1970s and 80s, Environmental Protection Agency in America suggested that fuel should be free from sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide, and nitrogen oxide. In 1998, EPA allowed the production of biofuel on commercial level, which was the alternative source of the petrol. And next in 2010, the production of biofuel reaches up to 105 billion liters worldwide. And then European countries in 2011 produce about 53% biofuel. And then again, the EPA suggested that up till 2050, it will be good if we reduce the use of petroleum and switch to the biofuels for all purposes. If we talk about the classification of biofuel, there are the main three types of biofuel. First generation biofuel that are produced from the food crops and also known as the conventional biofuels. And they are mostly produced from the sugar cane, starch, and vegetable oils. And they are produced by fermentation, hydrolysis, and biochemical methods. And next, the second generation biofuels are also are produced from the non-food crops, and they consist of rich biomass, and biomass as you know, contain lignocellulosic material like wood, straw, and other waste. And the third generation biofuels are extracted from algae and marine algae. Second and third generation biofuels are produced by using different thermochemical methods. If we talk, there are the common types of biofuels that are producing nowadays, that are bioethanol, that is produced by the fermentation of carbohydrates that are rich source, which includes sugar, wheat, corn. It is colorless and clear liquid, one of the widely used alternative automotive fuel in the world. On second number, if we talk about the biodiesel, it's an alternative diesel fuel, and it's produced from renewable biological sources such as vegetable oils, animal fats, and it's very similar to petroleum diesel in its structure and a number of carbon atoms. And biodiesel can be produced by different biochemical methods. And the term biobutanol refer to butanol, and it's made from renewable resources such as grain or corn stalk by fermentation processes. And on number 4, biogas is a fuel used as a domestic purpose, obtained from fruits, vegetable waste, and it's produced by the breakdown by using different bacteria without oxygen. Now in this slide, there are different types of crops that are used as a feedstock for the production of different types of biofuel by different using methods like soybean, corn, sugar cane, sugar beet, switchgrass, jatropha, camelina, algae, cassava, palm oil, certain fungi, animal fat, agriculture waste, agave, cisulana. If we talk about the globally about the biofuel production, every country shares its part. Like US is first stand as it producing 42%, and next Brazil that is producing 29%. After Brazil is the European countries, different European countries who contribute about 18%, and China 3%, Argentina 2%, but other countries like Canada, Thailand, Indonesia 1%. But we in Pakistan come in other countries all over the world that contribute only the 3%. And in figure A and B, we can see that, sorry. the bioenergy power generation in a sustainable development scenario that up till 2019, and the bioenergy production is less than 600 trillion watt, but they assumed that up till 2025 and 2030, 2030, it will be reach up to approximately 1200 trillions. Same is the about the global biofuel production in 2010 and 19, but they assume that in up till 2030, it will be reach up to 300 million ton. But if we talk about the Pakistan, that is all energy sectors in figure C shares their contribution like coal, gas, hydro, other energy sources, but renewable sources are only 4%. And if we talk about the consumption of in figure 4, that consumption wise household is on one number that is using 45% of all energy production. Here is the comparison about the consumption and production of petroleum products. We can see that the consumption is more as compared to the production in all factors.
10 અને આવવાનો 21.
And this slide is very important about the pollutants that are emitting from different vehicles, and they are emitting different gases like nitric oxide, sulfur dioxide, and different hydrocarbons. And the buses and rickshaws, and then trucks, the tractors, they are on that top number that are producing more gases as compared to the other vehicles. And here the carbon monoxide and the smoke capacity is on very high level. And in Pakistan, smog is very, very big problem in the current situation. If we talk about the current status of the Pakistan is basically agriculture land, and its agriculture residues comprise of 121 million ton, and animal waste 427 million ton. And Pakistan has potential by using biomass conversion, different technologies. It can produce bioelectricity about 20,709 million watt, and by using different technologies, we produce biogas. That is our main usage in our domestic purposes. It can produce 12,615 million cubic meter. Here, if we talk about the biomass, composition of biomass basically consists of three main parts, that is cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin. Cellulose and hemicellulose are rich source of sugar content that are used for biofuel production, but lignin is there present, that is the physical barrier for the penetration of all enzymes, and it causes for the rich amount of biomass that is left behind undigested for that should be used for the production of biofuel, and also it caused high cost due to the usage of large amount of enzymes and microbes for the production of biofuel. And the main method, the general flow sheet is here for the production of a biofuel. That first of all, a cellulose material is produced by the treatment by using different acids and alkalis. And after pre-treatment, a cellulose material is treated with the different enzymes for the production of the sugar that is sent for fermentation. And after fermentation, biofuel is produced, that is purified by different techniques in the industry. And for this reason, we have planned our doctor, Professor Dr. Bushra, she designed a project in which we thought that if we reduce the lignin content by producing mutant lines of Agave cislana, we can overcome this problem of recalcitrance. And for this purpose, we planned a methodology in which first, in step one, we did the in silico studies. Conclusion. Shortage of time. Less than any presentation.
Hi, we lost. Yeah, please
After,
continue.
sorry. My supervisor advised me to come on the slide of conclusion. And for the conclusion of our project are the reduction. Number one is the reduction in the recalcitrance of transgenic Agave cislana will lower the processing cost of biomass. Fermentation derived fuels and chemicals significantly. Next, it will decrease lignin content. That result in increase the ethanol yield by using conventional biomass fermentation process. And then technically and economically, it will be possible to produce biodiesel in Pakistan, and that will be alternative fuel under the import policy. Moreover, this will open the excellent opportunity to develop transgenic Agave cislana plants. Thank you.
Hi, this is all about the research work in our lab. So this is one of the components. So we are also working with it. So we are also working with the other projects as well. So I think there may be some other opportunity where we will explain our other projects as well. Thank you so much.
Dr. Bushra, I'm just delighted by your team's presentation, and Dr. Fatul as well. I hope I got the name right. Marvelous. It is absolutely right. And we must look at the ideas and the message that the Center of Excellence for Microbiology, University of Punjab, is trying to share with us, that we need to look at how opportunities that exist within Pakistan as an agricultural nation. We should move away from ideas that include waste to energy, because burning our resources for energy doesn't make sense when we are a large agriculture producing nation, and we should be looking at our bio-waste, our biomaterials.
Yeah.
In fact, I've shared a meta-good ecosystem design as well, whereby in phase 2, we believe Pakistan is a great hub for creating new sustainable aviation fuels. But here's the danger, right? This is not a reason. The danger of going in this direction can also include more food insecurity, because people start producing, right? So we don't want to produce crops for biofuels. We want to valorize biomaterials, bio-waste for biofuels. We must focus on the food security element. 2 out of every 5 Pakistanis are food insecure. That should be something. Okay, let me break that down into numbers. 90 million Pakistanis are food insecure. So imagine right now.
Focus on.
So right now, yes, there are 22 people in this room right now.
Growing population.
Correct. So imagine 2 out of every 5 people in this room are food insecure. That would be approximately, I would say, 8-9 people in this room are food insecure, according to that statistics in Pakistan. So if you look at the weight of things, we really need to design our future based on circularity, going towards green thinking, because that's the only way forward. And Pakistan has the greatest opportunity right now to do so, and all global South nations to actually look at what are green economies, because everyone's going towards rapid development right now, not just Pakistan. Friends in Nigeria are going through the same thing. Friends in Ghana are going through the same thing. We are taking away agricultural land. We are deforesting. We are bringing up future built environments based on the same unsustainable thinking that the global north has had for the last few years, right? Maria mentioned earlier, is the GCC sustainable? No, the population density in some of these cities are not sustainable. In Pakistan, we should not be dreaming of having Islamabad as the next Dubai. That's insane. It doesn't work that way, right? So thank you so much for your contribution. Miss Maria, over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bushra, and thank you, Dr. Fatima Batul, for actually such a fantastic and informative session. For me, this is a different vocabulary altogether, but it's a great learning experience. I would just like to add one thing. We all sit in various geopolitical situations, and hence learning and informing through our indigenous methodologies work for us, and we try too much to ape the West, and that is where the syndrome of downfall occurs. So, and us reinventing the wheel per se in going back in time is what we are looking for. And that is exactly what we have been talking about, going back to the nature, valorizing nature, and enhancing our soil management system. I would just like to mention here that we take a very small break of 10 minutes and come back at 1:50 so that the others can present. The reason for that is there is somebody from Australia who's waiting in line for a presentation, and it is very, very late in the night. So I think we should be mindful of that. So let's come back at 1:50 and start our next session. We take a small break and be back. Don't disappear on us. Thank you.
That's fine. In the meantime, I've got you covered. Take the 10-minute break. I'll play some music from the Lahore Jazz Ensemble. Don't leave the room. Go grab your coffee, stretch your backs. It's good for your back. Sitting too long is also not good. Bear with me as I bring some music from the Lahore Jazz Ensemble. Thank you. So thank you very much. I think that should cover about 10 minutes. I hope everyone's refreshed, got a cup of coffee. We've got fascinating and spectacular knowledge and insights coming your way. Miss Nuria, thank you. And Professor, are you back with us, Professor?
Hello, Turab, and hello, everyone. Good morning from Spain, from Europe, but good afternoon and good evening. We have a very big variety of people all over the globe. I want to first thank you, Turab, thank you, Maria, thank you, Dr. Renuka. This is an amazing summit. This is getting voices to spread the word. We are here to make people aware of what's happening in not only in Pakistan but all around the globe. And I'm here today to present you the next session, the second session of this great summit. We're going to have beautiful and amazing people, professors talking about not only biophilic design, which is my specialty, but also other topics. We will present those people afterwards. And I just wanted to, first of all, present myself. My name is Nuria. I'm a biophilic designer. I've been working in biophilic design for many years. I become an expert on that, and not only an expert, an advocate on biophilic design. I believe that nature will help us. Reconnecting with nature will help the planet. It's a big statement, I know, but I'm going to show you today what I'm talking about. So I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to explain to you what I am the advocate for. I'm going to explain you about biophilic design, and therefore just give me a second. I'm going to.
Can I just say apologies for joining in late? I was supposed to have introduced Nuria, but I think she did it beautifully, much better than me. And she joined us from Spain. She's also one of the founding member of Sustainable Design Council. And yes, Turab, together we have made it. The first step we have taken over and have really created ripples. And now I intend to create waves with it. So over to you, Nuria.
Thank you so much, Maria. I'm trying to connect my computer to the Zoom. Just give me a second and I will be right there. So let me see. Just give me a minute. Internet is not our best friend today, even in Europe, Spain. It's taken a while. Can you see anything?
Not yet, actually.
Not yet. Okay. Okay.
The internet in the globe is a problem. It's interesting, isn't it? Nuria?
It is. It is. It's happened. I don't know. I see that it's taken a while. Normally it goes very fast, but I don't know. This is karma, or I don't know what's happening.
Well, there's always, you know, when good things happen, there are always frequencies that try to disturb good things. You know.
That's it. That's it, Rob. Yes. Just let's see.
We can
Let's see
also
what-
help. We can also help Bilal. If you email your presentation to Bilal, Bilal can put it on screen, or just drop it in the WhatsApp group, and Bilal can do this for you. Is this fine, Bilal?
Yes, of course. I'm here to help.
Okay, let's see if that works. Let me see. Just a second, okay? I'm back here. This.
I hope everyone enjoyed the little music sessions from Lahore Jazz Ensemble while we're waiting for Nuria. You know, they come from a long tradition of music, over 300 years. Apparently, all the musicians in Lahore are gathered near the fort, because once upon a time, their forefathers used to play for the kings and the Mughals here. So there's always a community there. All right. I think Miss Nuria is close to sharing her screen. So
Yeah.
they celebrated worldwide fame in before the pandemic. They traveled around the world with Satchel Jazz Orchestra. They redid Dave Burback's The Take Five. Unfortunately, the pandemic also affected them badly, and I've been helping them and advising them as well. And you know, I think they are wonderful goodwill ambassadors for Pakistan. I think you'll be able to see that, you know, there are a lot of beautiful people and beautiful talent in Pakistan that we don't see and hear about in the world. And it's part of our mission at the Sustainable Design Council. The sustainable design of things means showing the world what is beautiful about Pakistan. Ms. Nuria, are you ready?
Yes. I don't know if you're seeing the screen. Can you see
No,
not yet. This is
not yet.
right.
Bilal, do you have a copy?
No,
Can
I
you,
cannot.
put it up for Ms.
I cannot share it. This is I'm so sorry about this.
No worries. Just drop that presentation in the WhatsApp group, and Bilal, please put it up on screen for us. Thank you.
Sure, Ms. Nuria, if you can share it, I'll be able to help you. Thank you.
Yes. It's also taken a while. It has
Drop
to do
it in
with internet.
No problem. No problem. Would we like to perhaps come back to you in just right after the presentation, next presentation, or what do you think? Have you dropped it in the WhatsApp chat? Let's try to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell you what we'll do is that we'll go behind the scenes and help you solve this problem, Bilal and you, and we'll come back to you right after our next speaker. How's that, Miss Nuria?
That's perfect. Yeah,
okay.
That's
okay,
very
great.
good.
Okay.
Let me then let me check if Dr. Fiona is there.
You.
Yes, she's there. So it's my apologies for this. I'm just I wanted to present to you what biophilic design is. You will hear it afterwards, and now I want to give the microphone and the stage to Dr. Fiona Gray, which is an Australian architect and Living Future accredited practitioner. He's the founding director of BioLiving by Design, a consulting firm specializing in biophilic design and building biology principles that draw on the ingenuity of nature in the built environment. Her diverse executive experience spans roles including CEO of the national not-for-profit sustainable living organization, Renew, city design lead in local government, and adjunct associate professor in urban design and ecology at Deakin University. Central to Fiona's work is an unwavering commitment to creating sustainable, healthy, and equitable built environments that prioritize the well-being of both people and the planet. So with this said, Thank you so much, Fiona, and the stage is yours.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Nuria. I will also attempt to share my screen. I don't think that should be a problem. Are people seeing my screen now?
Perfect. Yes, we can see.
Great. Okay, I will just start the slideshow from the beginning. Okay, are you still seeing it?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Okay.
Brilliant.
Great. Thank you so much for having me. It is early evening here now, so I think it's around 8 p.m., sorry. So you'll forgive me if I'm getting a little bit tongue-tied at the end of the day, but it's a real delight to be joining you from across the seas to delve into what is a particularly hot topic in urban planning, at least here in Australia. And when I say a hot topic, I mean that quite literally, given that 2023 was recently declared the hottest year on record. So today, what I'm wanting to focus on is how we're addressing heat in our urban environments, with a particular emphasis on using urban oases. Oops, I think I'm pressing buttons here and jumping ahead. Yeah, with a particular emphasis on urban oases to help mitigate the urban heat island effect. Now, I know that there's quite a lot of architects in this room, so I'll assume that some of you obviously know what the urban heat island phenomenon is, but essentially it's a phenomenon that is significantly influencing climate resilience strategies in cities across the globe. But my presentation is specifically focused on the Australian context and looking at some of the challenges and solutions using a case study that I was involved in for a regional city called Geelong. And that's based on work that I did there in my former role with the City Council, managing some of their major urban renewal projects. So we'll be exploring what urban heat island effect is, why it's a pressing issue for cities like Geelong and others across Australia, and more importantly, how innovative urban design and planning strategies are making a difference. So many of you are no doubt familiar with the idea of an urban heat island effect, but for those who aren't, it's a significant environmental phenomenon where urban areas experience a markedly higher temperature than their surrounding rural areas. And this comes about really because of several interrelated factors. When we remove natural vegetation, we clear and replace it with our urban structures, such as buildings and roads and footpaths, and they're all made out of concrete and steel and asphalt. These areas start to accumulate and store solar energy. And unlike natural surfaces, these urban materials, they're not only really efficient at absorbing heat, but they're also really slow in releasing it. So what this then does is it leads to urban areas retaining heat for more extended periods, and it becomes especially noticeable at night when the stored heat in the urban landscape is gradually released, and that starts to further widen the gap in the temperature between urban and rural zones, making urban areas a lot hotter and preventing you from getting that relief that you would normally get from heat of a nighttime. The transformation of our natural landscapes into urban environments has other impacts, such as causing rapid drainage of water due to the hard impervious surfaces, leaving little moisture in the ground. And this lack of moisture significantly starts to reduce the evaporation and transpiration, which is the natural cooling process that should be occurring. The architectural form and density of our urban developments can also trap heat within them. And then there's additional sources that we're adding in of heat as well, such as our air conditioners pumping all day and vehicles running all day, which are further exacerbating that warming effect. You can see in this thermal image that I'm showing here on the screen where the tree-lined street is, that's showing up as much cooler than the hard surface areas surrounding it. So that's thermal imaging that was done of Geelong. The street that I'll be talking about later is the one that is without trees at the moment. The one that's got trees, you'll see that shows up as blue. The street that doesn't have trees is showing up as an orangey red colour. That's the street that I'm using as our case study today. So we know that the urban heat island effect is not just a matter of environmental concern, but it also really poses health and economic challenges, and particularly for vulnerable communities who face increased risks of heat stroke and dehydration, especially during extreme heat periods. And at the same time, their use of energy creates, surges, and then that leads to higher energy costs, higher costs of living, further impacting vulnerable communities. So studies both locally and internationally have shown that the urban heat island effect can increase the ambient air temperature by 1 to 6 degrees Celsius. So this situation is also expected to continue to worsen with the ongoing impacts of climate change. So it presents a really critical challenge for urban planning and public health, and it requires, innovative strategies for us to mitigate the impacts that it's starting to have on our cities and on the inhabitants. The potential risks of urban heat are wide-ranging and they're significant. They encompass heat stress, which we know leads to illness and mortality in both humans and animals. In cities, I think sometimes we forget about the poor animals, but having hot cities makes it inhospitable for wildlife to be there. There's also an increase in water usage for irrigation and evaporative air conditioning, alongside that rise in energy consumption for air conditioning and motorised transport. The other area that's significantly impacted is our infrastructure, like our transport and electricity distribution, also start to fail under extreme heat. Here in Australia, it gets so hot in summer that our train tracks actually start to buckle. I don't know whether that's a phenomenon elsewhere in the world, but it's bizarre to me that on a hot day I can't catch a train. Because the metal expands so much from the heat, the trains can't run because the train tracks buckle from the heat. So the heat is really significant. Is a significant issue. Research shows that urban heat poses a heightened risk for vulnerable populations, particularly the elderly, those with chronic illnesses, and individuals with disabilities. And low-income households are also disproportionately affected due to that potential increase in living costs. And then that has a knock-on effect leading to broader implications as well, including heightened demand for medical care, and that places additional strain on local government resources, on our hospitals, on our emergency services. So urban heat also can intensify the social isolation. It makes it difficult to be outdoors in areas where we can congregate and be together. It makes meeting places uncomfortable, so it becomes quite socially isolating as well. So these impacts are much broader than we might initially think. And so to address these challenges, it really does require a multifaceted approach, taking into account, the unique characteristics of each urban area. There's not a one-size-fits-all solution to these issues. In the context of Australian cities, the impact of heat has been quite profound, leading to soaring temperatures which go far beyond just being uncomfortable, as I said, to impact public health, our environmental sustainability, and our economic viability. So given the serious implications of this issue, it's really imperative to explore and implement structural solutions. As an example, the reliance on air conditioning as a means of heat relief puts an enormous strain on our electrical grid, and it can lead to blackouts. And we had a notable example in January 2018 when over 50,000 homes in Melbourne experienced power outages due to prolonged temperatures and humidity, causing a total grid failure. Cities already experiencing those warmer baseline temperatures due to the urban heat island effect are also now facing that added challenge of extreme heat events or heat waves. So it's a compounding effect. So the risks associated with heat waves are really, I think, very starkly highlighted by historical events here in Australia. In 2009, some of you may have seen on the international news the Black Saturday bushfires in Victoria, which tragically claimed 173 lives. You know, that's an event that's really seared into our memories. It was widely publicised because it was just so horrendous. But the preceding heat wave resulted in more than twice that number of deaths, and yet we heard next to nothing about that tragedy. In the summer of 2016 to 2017, Australia broke over 205 climate records in one summer, as reported by our Australian Bureau of Meteorology. So we are a hot country. And you may have noticed the hole that is in my forehead at the moment. That's a testament to the hot country that we live in. I have just a couple of days ago had a skin cancer removed from my forehead. It's fine, but it's a very common occurrence. It's not unusual to experience that because we experience so much burning, scorching sun. So these extreme heat events that I've been describing, they're predicted to occur with more frequency and greater intensity, making it, crucial to proactively address this escalating urban heat challenge. And this highlights the critical need for city-level climate change mapping, detailed analysis, and we need scenario modelling of the risks of extreme heat events, especially for vulnerable populations. Okay, so that's sort of setting the scene, but let's talk about some solutions on one of them being the creation of urban oases. So when you think of an oasis, traditionally, it's typically a lush haven that's set amongst, amidst sort of this barren terrain. And this kind of really mirrors the need of our modern cities, which often suffer from, a total lack of biodiversity. They're harsh, challenging environments. So an urban oasis, the idea of an urban oasis is that it's an oasis that takes an architectural form and encompasses innovative, nature-inspired design elements that facilitate the creation of these beautiful verdant spaces in an urban setting. Urban oases fulfill diverse roles extending beyond biological and environmental functions to address significant social needs as well. These projects, I hope you can't hear my dog barking because my dog is just going bananas at the moment. I'm not quite sure what's upsetting him, but anyway, hopefully it's not distracting you all too much.
No, we can't hear you.
No worries, no worries.
That's all fine. I have a dog myself. It's all good. It's all good.
Good.
Thank you.
I'm sure he saves it up for when you're doing a presentation. Never mind.
Yes, absolutely.
Basically, local governments have the opportunity to establish these havens throughout our city, and these areas serve as essential spaces to alleviate heat stress and provide us with some comfort and relief. But they're catering not just to those in vulnerable situations, they're benefiting our commuters, pedestrians, workers, residents, everyone who interacts with the urban environment. So developing these urban oases involves strategies like restoring living soils, promoting soil permeability, reintroducing local plant species, reducing vehicles And within the broader urban framework, these oases really contribute to temperature regulation, recharging of the groundwater table, flood reduction, and also biodiversity enhancement. Geelong has previously experienced quite a number of flash flooding events. To give you a sense of what a flash flooding event here might look like, it's a direct torrential rain, and I came home to find I was knee deep in my house in water. It just gushed through the house, and my toilet, it was to the level of the toilet. The toilet was underwater. And it just happened to be bin collection night, and everyone's garbage just, flowed through the house. So these flash flooding events are pretty significant, and they're sending out insurance. Aside from the damage and destruction that they do, they're sending our insurance premiums sky high as well. So everyone is feeling the economic impact of that too. So there's a lot of benefits in creating these urban oases. I won't bore you by listing a whole, by reading out an entire list, but some of the key ones really is the shade that a tree canopy provides because of our harsh sun exposure, the mitigation of heat exposure, particularly during those heat waves that I've described, bringing wildlife back in, and particularly birds. That interception of rainfall and the stormwater, leading to reduced stormwater flows, as I described with the flash flooding events, which has been a common occurrence with cars floating down the street. But also things like it creates a sense of place. It gives a place its own identity, particularly when you start using your own local species of plants. And then the benefits of things like, reduction of air pollution, carbon storage and sequestration, and fostering community interaction, combating that social isolation that can happen through heat waves. So despite all these benefits, green infrastructure is often perceived as a cost rather than a means to enhance urban livability. In Australia, for example, prevailing regulations and business practices don't really adequately incentivise the incorporation of street trees as critical infrastructure, because there's such a strong focus on, what are the operating expenses? How much is it going to cost us to maintain these trees? What are the engineering hurdles? It will interfere with other infrastructure that's underground. What potential is there for litigation? Will the council get sued if a limb drops on a car or drops on a person? So rather than looking at the significant value that these assets add to the city, there tends to be a focus on the cost and the implications of these, the negative implications of bringing in green infrastructure. There can often be resistance as well from business owners and residents, and a misalignment and competing priorities, particularly with our transport departments and energy authorities, because we're all wanting to use the same space to achieve different goals. So addressing these, competing demands and the complexities of incorporating green infrastructure into urban design really involves balancing that, the varied needs of all of those stakeholders. And it also involves comprehensively assessing their costs, but also their benefits. We don't attach as a rigorous assessment to the benefits. We can attach numbers to the costs, but we don't necessarily do the same to the benefits. So that sort of really speaks to having to necessitating overhauling our regulatory and operational procedures to start to prioritise green infrastructure in urban developments. So these key measures are key really to creating cities that are not only livable, but also more sustainable for future generations. So some of these tensions that I've mentioned are highlighted in a case study from the regional city of Geelong. Geelong is it's a picturesque city by the bay. It lies about an hour's drive from Melbourne. And the Green Spine project in Geelong CBD really, I think, represents a forward-thinking approach to heat reduction in the city centre. The project, it's still being implemented, but it aims to transform Malop Street, which is the main thoroughfare through the centre of the city, into really a lush green oasis. And by doing so, it's not only reducing urban heat, but it's also promoting active transport and revitalising the city centre, which has been languishing for a little while. So the project is a collaboration between local government, being the City of Greater Geelong, and the Victorian State Government, and it involves a comprehensive streetscape upgrade of Malop Street, which will ultimately, once it's completed, span 6 city blocks. So the intention is that it connects 2 significant green spaces, one being Johnston Park at the west end of the street, and the other being the Botanical Gardens at the east end of the street. And the transformation of those 6 blocks includes the demolition of the existing road and street infrastructure and constructing new roads, new footpaths, bike paths, upgrades to the drainage, the street furniture, introducing new lighting, public art, excuse me, and particularly the strongest focus is on bringing in that landscaping aspect. So the first 3 blocks of the project are complete, and the project has already earned recognition and awards for its design and impact. In 2019, after the first block was completed, the Australian Institute of Landscape Architects Victorian Awards honoured the Green Spine, which was designed by, a shout out to the architects and designers outlines. They designed the project. And that it was awarded for exemplifying a public infrastructure project that harmoniously balanced social, economic and environmental interests. Beyond its aesthetic value, the Green Spine really is crucial for future-proofing Geelong. It starts to address that urban heat issue, and it really contributes to a cleaner and healthier bay. And as well as provides an ecological link between those 2 key parks that I was talking about, showcasing, I think, a real commitment to trying to create a sustainable and sustainable and livable urban environment. However, despite that, the project has not been without its detractors, and it has faced some really significant political challenges that highlight some of the tensions in these types of projects. So just over 18 months after the first stage of the project had been completed, there was a highly contentious debate within the Geelong Council that culminated in a very divisive decision about the future of the Green Spine. Basically, the council split into 2 factions regarding a motion that was put forward to dismantle a section of the Green Spine, and in particular, a newly built bike lane. And this was in response to concerns that had been raised that the traffic was impeded by the new design. Now, the irony of this debate, it's bizarre, because the project was doing exactly what it was designed to do. It was intended to discourage cars and trucks in order to prioritise pedestrians and cyclists. So it was a victim of its own success in a way. So regardless of the fact that that was its intention and that's what it was built for, 6 of the 11 councillors voted to allocate $2 million, just 18 months after it had been completed, towards removing this brand new bike lane to make room for car parking, which had just been removed, and to increase traffic flow. So you can imagine the uproar that resulted from the community in regard to that decision. And it was met by pretty strident criticism from the councillors that opposed it, but they didn't have the numbers. It was criticised for being impulsive. It was not based on expert advice. There was no substantial evidence to demonstrate that that ripping up the bike lane was going to increase traffic because there was a whole bunch of other interventions that had happened as well. And concerns were really raised about the decision-making process because it had essentially been influenced by a small but vocal group of traders. And it really lacked that robust data to justify such a modification and such a waste of money. But in response to the council's decision and that subsequent community outcry, which included, there was a public rally to save the green spine. There was a petition against the changes. The Victorian government actually intervened, and they recognised the significance of the green spine for Geelong's urban landscape, and they took charge of the project. They made the project what we call a designated road project under state control. And so that really was a key move that was designed to protect the integrity of the project and respond to those community concerns. So the state government's decision ensured the continuation of the green spine beyond that first block. And it really but what it did do is it highlighted that tension between local and state level priorities. But ultimately, the long-term vision for a greener, more livable city won over those short-term interests represented by the council's decision. Just a couple more images there of the bike lane that actually it was the opposite side of the street that they were wanting to get rid of the bike lane, but it was very similar to what is being shown there. Okay, so as we reflect on Geelong's experience and the principles of urban greening, enhancing spaces and prioritising urban sustainability, I think that, they hold universal relevance. These strategies are really aimed at combating urban heat. They need to transcend local boundaries, and they have the potential to be adapted in diverse urban settings globally. But I think the green spine also demonstrates the journey towards greener and more sustainable cities is not without obstacles. Urban centres worldwide face a host of different challenges, including budget constraints, limited space, garnering public support, aligning policies so that you can effectively implement these green strategies. There's a lot to do to make these projects work. And so these challenges, I think, they call for a very balanced and innovative approach to urban development that can accommodate the unique needs of each city while pursuing that environmental sustainability. So in conclusion, as we adapt to the changing climate, the role of urban planning in shaping our future cities becomes increasingly crucial. The strategies being adopted by Geelong and other cities throughout Australia are about more than just addressing the urban heat island effect. As important as that is, that they're really about fostering cities that are resilient, that are sustainable, and that are livable. And that integration of green infrastructure and urban oases are key to ensuring that our cities can thrive in the face of these environmental challenges that we're facing, and be vibrant places for all residents. So to finish off, I think really the experience of Geelong offers quite valuable lessons, and I hope that they may act as a source of inspiration and caution for envisioning a future where urban spaces achieve both functionality and ecological harmony. Thank you.
Ms. Fiona, Dr. Fiona, sorry, I just want to say something. Amazing presentation. Australia is a special place in my heart. I studied in Perth. My wife is from Sydney. My son was born in Melbourne.
Oh, wow. Okay, you're just about a local.
Yeah. So all of my in-laws are Australian citizens. And your design thinking and your approach is a 100% match for the work that we are doing at the Sustainable Design Council. And it is a 100% match for what is the future of green built environments in Pakistan and also in the Global South. We too and Nuria will tell you more about this later. We too have aspirations to have sponge zones and green zones, right? And there's a great opportunity to work with real estate developers who are currently building the future built environment of Pakistan to embed this sort of design thinking in their approach. Naturally, real estate developers are built with a different DNA. And so we have to present to them the economic opportunities of being wise, and also let them know that, there's profit and there's benefit for creating green zones, green environments. And so that's the idea of this salon, actually, is to bridge the gap. Because to be honest, we need to be able to help the real estate sectors because they need incentives. Clearly, the real estate sector needs incentives to switch to a green environment, because it is mind-boggling how much damage their current operations has. So I thank you so much. We will include you in like everybody here. All your idea is a direct match. I hand over to Nuria, and if Dr. Renuka has any comments or Maria has any comments. Thank you very much, Dr. Fiona.
Thank you, Turab.
I would just like to take the opportunity to thank you, Dr. Fiona, for such a brilliant presentation. And I always feel that though we may be architects and landscape architects and biophilic architects, we are also lobbyists, and we are also working for the law and against the law, trying to implement our projects in the right way. And as Turab mentioned, we are always constantly are in contest with the realtors, trying to sensitize them to a better living, which will be actually profiting for them as well. So thank you for that brilliant conversation.
Thank you. I think I often sort of say that architects need to also be psychologists and anthropologists and sociologists and activists. You need all of those skills for these type of transformative projects.
And I've just returned from a course, which was architecture and neurosciences integration. So we have opened up architecture to a wider stream of other faculties, which I'm still trying to grapple. But that's what we are, the change makers.
Absolutely. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely right. We are change makers. I loved your presentation, Fiona. It was very aligned to what I'm doing, what we're all doing, what the Sustainable Design Council is doing. It is amazing, a case study. We see how politics can ruin our ideas, but we're still fighting, we're advocating for it. And I just wanted now to explain to you what is biophilic design. So I hope now that I can take over and share my screen. Fiona, could you stop sharing yours?
Yes.
And I'll see if it's possible to share mine right now.
Please stay with us, Dr. Fiona. It's a pleasure having you with us. Miss Nuria, the floor is all yours.
Let's see. Okay, just let me know if you're seeing the screen right now.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, amazing. Finally, there was something with the presentation. So today we're going to talk about embracing sustainability and the vital role of biophilic design in the built environment. And this addresses the critical challenges. Biophilic design provides solutions by aiding biodiversity, sequestering CO2, reducing pollution, and moderating temperatures. It enhances mental health by connecting people with nature, adding prestige to sustainable living. And as we explore transforming spaces, transforming perspectives, we shape a sustainable future for Pakistan and other South global countries. So thank you today for joining me in this journey into the transformative power of biophilic design. Let me go to the next slide. So we're going to talk about 3 key parts today, which is understanding what is biophilia, then enriching lives and environments. We're going to discover the added value that biophilic design brings to our lives and surroundings. And then we're going to talk about empowering professionals through education. How can we recognize the importance of advancing biophilic design and explore the key role education plays in this journey? And let me start with a quote that I admire. Deviation of nature is deviation of happiness. This quote encapsulates the sense of our journey today, as we explore how biophilic design can have a profound impact on our well-being and surroundings. So let me tell you something. I think most of us know, but let me tell you that we are spending more than 90% of our time indoors, a stark reality in the context of Pakistan's rapidly expanding built environment and other countries all around the world. This is a global problem. The surge in construction reshapes our urban landscapes, urging us to ponder its impact on our well-being and the planet. In this era of extensive construction, our lives are confined within concrete boundaries. Despite modern conveniences, these buildings often disconnect us from the natural world. If I tell you which one of these situations would you like to live in, I think it's obvious. We all want to be at the right side. So as we design and construct, we must consider the implications on our health, on our well-being, and the planet we call home. Our ancestors thrived in harmony with nature, but the current trend distances us from it. This shift raises a critical question for Pakistan and beyond. And how can we ensure that surge in construction aligns with principles that not only enhance our indoor spaces, but also contribute positively to our health, well-being, and the overall health of our planet? You can see these stakes here. As urbanization accelerates, with 70% of the developed world projected to be urbanized by 2050, the consequences become really apparent. More of us are becoming increasingly distant from nature. Yes. In the UK, for example, in the United Kingdom, by 2019, 12.8 million working days were lost due to stress, illustrating the toll of modern urban living. The European Commission estimated the cost of work-related stress and depression in the UE at 617 billion euros per year. This is a lot of money. Stress is a significant concern in our modern lives, labeled by the World Health Organization and the health epidemic of the 21st century. So it imposes substantial costs on employers and elevates the urgency for individuals to prioritize their physical and mental health. This urban shift and its associated stress highlight the need to reconsider our built environments, ensuring they become spaces that not only accommodate our needs, but also contribute to our overall well-being. So we've seen through this summit many of these stakes. Our world faces significant challenges, and it's crucial to recognize that the built environment plays a central role in addressing them. Firstly, we've seen that climate change is a global concern all over the globe. Our commitment to keeping the global temperature increase below 2 degrees Celsius, as agreed upon in the Paris Agreement, as we all know, profoundly impacts how we design and construct our buildings. Secondly, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought to light the concept of cabin fever. We've become acutely aware of the impact that buildings have on our physical, mental, and emotional states. This newfound awareness underscores the importance of our surroundings in promoting health and well-being. So let me ask you, where does nature come into this picture? How can it play a valuable role in addressing these challenges? Let's explore these questions as we delve deeper into the world of biophilic design. So now that we've laid the foundation of our exploration, let's dive into the heart of our discussion, the biophilia hypothesis. What exactly is biophilia? The term biophilia is the combination of two Greek words, bios, meaning life, and philia, meaning love. Essentially, it translates to love for life or love for nature. This concept has been discussed for decades and has deep roots in our understanding of our connection with the natural world. To give you a bit of a history, the biophilia hypothesis was introduced through the renowned psychologist Erich Fromm in 1964. And then in 1984, another influential figure, Edward O. Wilson, delved into the biophilia hypothesis in his book, Biophilia, an amazing book. I really recommend you all to read it. Wilson's work has greatly expanded our understanding of our innate connection to the natural world. His work in biophilia provided a significant shift in our understanding. He defined biophilia as the innate tendency to focus on our life and lifelike processes. Wilson's exploration delved into our deep-seated attraction to nature, which goes beyond mere appreciation. Then, in 1993, Edward O. Wilson, along with Stephen Keller, further elaborated on the biophilia hypothesis in their books, The Biophilia Hypothesis. This collection of essays provides a comprehensive exploration of the idea. This expanded view of biophilia underscores its significance in shaping not only our physical well-being, but also our mental, emotional, and spiritual dimensions, ultimately influencing the way we design and interact with environments in which we live and work. So biophilia is not just a modern concept. It's deeply rooted in our evolutionary history. This trait was forged in the African savanna at the dawn of humanity. Even today, it continues to shape our preferences for certain environments and our intimate relationship with nature. In a sense, biophilia is more than just a contemporary idea. It's an evolutionary adaptation that has been with us since the beginning of our species. So we just explored the pioneering work of E.O. Wilson and the profound concept of biophilia. And now, let's take a step back and reflect on what's truly meaning to us to have a human connection to nature and what the biophilia hypothesis is all about. What deeply resonates with me about biophilic design is that it serves as a powerful reminder that we are nature. In all its diversity, range of expression, beauty, and fascination, we are part of this vast biological community on Earth. Some of us may intuitively feel this connection. I think a lot of us do that, while others, particularly as adults, may have lost touch with it. So biophilia is an invitation to connect and come back and reconnect, to reclaim that connection with nature. And what's profoundly significant about biophilia is that it's transcending cultural and geographical boundaries. No matter where you come from or what your background is, we all share this fundamental truth. We are nature. We share this truth not only with each other, but with all the humanity, with over 8.7 million species that we coexist with on this planet. So now let's delve into the connection between human nature and the biophilic perspective. Consider this radial diagram of the tree of life. At its center lies the birth of our planet. You see here. And approximately 4 billion years ago was that. It illustrates the incredible speciation that has occurred since then. We, the human species, are represented here at the other end, here with the green row, at the end of that tree, having appeared on the scene about 200,000 years ago. What's essential to grasp here is that our species emerged within the context of an already highly complex and interconnected biosphere. We are not separate from this intricate web of life. We are an integral part of it, having evolved out of it. This interconnectedness with the natural world is the heart of biophilia hypothesis and biophilic design. So the biophilia hypothesis suggests that our natural affinity for nature is deeply rooted in our evolution. It's like we're wired to connect with the natural world, similar to how early humans thrive in environments that were like savannas, we are still feeling that sense of home in nature. This connection goes beyond feelings and it's biological. Our circadian rhythm responds to nature's daily cycles, as we even prefer colors associated with thriving environments. So now that you've seen these foundational ideas in mind, let's explore two key theories that help us understand the benefits of biophilic design. We have the attention restoration theory and the stress reduction theory. The first one reveals how nature restores our focus and well-being. Exposure to natural environments can help rejuvenate our cognitive abilities, crucial in today's fast-paced world. This theory explains how nature activates our rest and digest mode, the second one, the stress reduction theory, and it's promoting relaxation and balance compared to urban stressors that often trigger the fight or flight response. Biophilic environments can help reduce stress and improve overall well-being. So as you can see, biophilic design is more complex and richer than the mere application of vegetation in buildings. It's more than just putting plants and trees all around our cities. It broadens the variety through encompassing different types of nature, from physical, sensory, metaphorical, morphological, and material to spiritual. So now that we've explored the intricacies of the human-nature connection, let's delve into the heart of biophilic design. As I said, biophilic design is not just about adding a few potted plants here and there. It's a comprehensive philosophy that aims to replicate the feelings and connections we experience in nature. At its core, biophilic design is the practice of emulating our experience of the natural world within the built environment. It encompasses principles, elements, and attributes that guide us in creating spaces that foster this essential connection. It is a multidisciplinary work. We're working with all types of professions, with all types of sciences, and this is all science-based. So these design choices aim to evoke the same sense of calm, vitality, and wonder that we experience when we are surrounded by the great outdoors. And in the following slides, we will dig into the benefits of this transformative philosophy to see just how impactful it can be. Biophilic design is more than just good design. It's a commitment to nurturing our connection with nature and reaping the myriad rewards it offers. So as we dig deeper into the benefits of that biophilic design, let's explore some of the profound ways it positively impacts our lives. First of all, enhances our social connection. Biophilic spaces promote social interaction, fostering a sense of community and reducing feeling of isolation. This is especially vital for our mental well-being and longevity. Physical health. Biophilic elements in healthcare setting have been linked to faster recovery times, reduced pain perception, and shorter hospital stays. It also strengthens resilience. Exposure to nature in our daily environment enhances our resilience, helping us cope with life's challenges and stressors. Also, emotional restoration. Biophilic spaces provide emotional restoration, allowing us to recharge and regain mental clarity. And also holistic wellness. The holistic approach of biophilic design addresses all aspects of wellness, including physical, mental, and emotional health. But not only that, you've seen that biophilic design can be very beneficial, but it also has diverse applications. We can use biophilic design in residential spaces by integrating natural elements like indoor gardens, natural light, and biophilic materials for calming and rejuvenating home environments, but also in workplaces, in healthcare facilities, in education, in urban planning, in hospitality industry, in retail stores, in public spaces. and so on and so on. Incorporating biophilic design into various facets of our lives and built environment can lead to transformative outcomes. It's not merely a design choice. It's a commitment to nurturing our connection with nature and reaping the myriad rewards it offers. So, as we embark in our journey through the realm of biophilic and biophilic design, it's essential to grasp the multitude of benefits that spring from our intrinsic connection to nature. These benefits ripple across various dimensions of our well-being, creating a tapestry of positive outcomes. We can see benefits in physiological, in cognitive, in psychological, in disease exposures and regulations, in social, in aesthetic and cultural, and tangible materials, and in increasing resilience. Hello? Yeah. As we delve deeper into this universe of biophilic design, remember that it's far more than mere aesthetic choice. It's a portal to unlock the profound and far-reaching benefits that our connection with nature has to offer. So actually, biophilic design becomes the bridge between our urban lives and the natural world, leading to a brighter and more harmonious existence. And the question now is, why do we need then biophilic design in cities? So, ladies and gentlemen, let's ponder a momentous question. This is a vital question. Today, we are setting our compass towards the vital domain of health benefits. Here, we unearth a treasure trove of advantages bestowed by our deep-rooted connection with nature. It improves sleep patterns. Like a lullaby from nature, biophilic design is linked to improved sleep patterns, ushering in nights of restful slumber. Our dreams become intertwined with the natural world, enriching our sleep and reinvigorating our days. We are called the built environment doctors. It's a big statement, but you're seeing here all the benefits that biophilic design has. It enhances digestion. As we delve deeper into our terrain of well-being, we encounter the influence of biophilic elements on our digestion and gastrointestinal health. Like a trusted guide, it leads our bodies towards optimal function and balance. It enhances our memories. It also helps to reduction of stress. And this is a vital thing we need to know. In the midst of the modern hustle and bustle, biophilic design steps forth as a gentle conductor of relaxation. It soothes our nervous system, orchestrating a harmonious reduction in stress levels. This harmony extends to both our mental and our physical health, like a cool breeze on a scorching day. And it also has the healing power and positive mood. In a research conducted at Texas University, patients with a view to trees during a post-operative recovery experienced shorter hospital stays and required fewer analgesic doses compared to those with views of walls. Biophilic design also contributes to stress reduction, enhances positive mood, and improves cognitive skills and academic performance while moderating the effects of the ADHD, autism, and other childhood illnesses. As you can see, it has plenty of health benefits as well as cognitive benefits. I'm not going to explain them all here, but you can see the vast benefits that biophilic design can have in many of the cognitive things. Also, neurological and biological effects. You can see that, as we already talked, it has an impact on stress reduction, on mood enhancement, on cognitive performance, on concentration, but also social effects. For example, in public health, the integration of biophilic elements in public spaces elevates community well-being and cultivates a sense of belonging among individuals. Also, a hedonic value. Nature's presence contributes to a profound sense of pleasure and well-being, particularly in urban environments where such experiences are rare. It also has a prosocial behavior. Encounters with nature can kindle prosocial behavior, encouraging cooperation, empathy, and deeper sense of community within societies. Also, equity. Ensuring equitable access to green spaces mitigates potential disparities and supports harmonious coexistence within communities. As you see, in our exploration of social benefits, we uncover the transformative power of biophilic design on our social fabric. The answer to why we need biophilic cities extends beyond individual well-being to the enhancement of our collective social experience. It also has economical benefits, and that's one of the most critical benefits we can talk when we're talking to political parties, to more powerful parties. It can create cost savings. It can be a productivity enhancement. By introducing biophilic design, we have seen that people are reducing their stress, they're being more productive, and this has a very big financial impact. Also, as I said, productivity is increasing when we implement biophilic design in the built environment. It helps employers to be happier, to be more encouraged, to have more responsibility into their workspaces. So as you see, there are many ways where we can actually inform and communicate these benefits to several parties to introduce green environments into our built environment. So as we delve deeper into the profound benefits of biophilic design, our exploration now takes us into the realm of environmental stewardship. That's what we're doing today. Building upon the economic advantages uncovered in the previous slide, biophilic design not only champions human well-being, but also stands as a resolute guardian of our planet. It reduces resource consumptions. Biophilic design actively integrates sustainable materials and practices, leaving a smaller environmental footprint on our built environments. And it stands as a living testament to the philosophy's commitment to sustainability. Also, biodiversity support. Elements like green roofs and gardens inherent to biophilic design play an active role in nurturing urban biodiversity and sustaining the health of our ecosystems. Also, climate resilience. The inclusion of natural design elements is a strategic move to combat the urban heat island effect and bolsters a city's resilience against climate change challenges. It's a significant stride toward a greener, more sustainable future. So this illuminating journey explores the environmental stewardship principles embedded in biophilic design. Green urban features, from trees to green rooftops, not only addresses the urban heat island effect, but also serves as natural moderators, reducing urban heat and alleviating heat-related stress and illnesses. Additionally, these features significantly reduce air pollutants such as sulfur dioxide and particulates, and manage stormwater and urban biophilic design isn't just about aesthetics, as you can see. It's a transformative force for a healthier planet. The inclusion of green urban features has the potential not only to address environmental challenges, but also to enhance the quality of the life for urban dwellers. As we consider the various ecological benefits, the imperative of embracing biophilic design in our cities becomes very clear. It is an essential step towards building sustainable, resilient, and harmonious urban environments for generations to come. So, in the tapestry of this urban development, biophilic design emerges as a as you can see, a transformative force, weaving together well-being, prosperity, and sustainability. Explored benefits range from economic gains to environmental stewardship. Beyond aesthetics, biophilic design is a call to action for creating cities harmonizing with nature. So as urbanization surges, we've seen here today and the last summits, the need of biophilic design is very clear. It's not just as a choice, but as a responsibility. It demands a paradigm shift in your urban development and education, particularly through institutions like mine or other institutions where we are teaching all these subjects, play a pivotal role globally. Educating professionals equips them to champion sustainability. So, in conclusion, implementing biophilic design is a commitment to building cities that prioritize well-being, foster prosperity, and contribute to a sustainable future. It is the bridge between urban life and nature, shaping a harmonious coexistence for the benefit of all. So thank you very much for today's presentation. I hope you had a little grasp of what biophilic design, the complexity of biophilic design, and whatever questions you have, please just send a mail or you can put your questions here in the chat. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nuria.
Amazing.
Thank you, Nuria.
Yes. Please go ahead, Ms. Maria.
Thank you, Nuria, for amplifying what we all are missing. The content between biophilic environments and where we are placed at the moment is there has to be a bridge, and the bridge is only nature. So thank you for sharing those insights. I think Turab wanted to say something, and then you can take the conversations further. Thank you.
Yes, firstly, I'd like to welcome everyone who's come into our second session. And, we've had Dr. Fiona, who's given us a green template and a success story of how communities and state governments can come together. And naturally, we have Ms. Nuria, who has been very comprehensive about the need for biophilic design thinking in the future of the green built environments of nations. And naturally, she is the lead, and her ideas, her concepts are more than just concepts. They are basically backed by science and at the same time backed by a lot of rationale. She naturally, we lack such expertise, and we lack such ideas in the Global South. In fact, there are a lot of people who are working on this in the Global South as well, but this is an opportunity for us to get together, because if we have right-way solutions and we all adopt right-way solutions, it's easier to get funding for right-way actions. So, and we need to package our ideas, and we need to basically come together and be a force. The nations in the Global North are giving each other green deals, right? Now, you get a green deal if you are designing your systems, or at least you're eligible for consideration even for a green deal, or even a conversation about a green deal if you're designing your systems in line with green design thinking and the future green and sustainable economies of the globe. The Global North is doing that right now. However, they've built out their built environment, right? And also for sustainable economies like the circular economy to actually be scalable in such economies, you need to have mass waste balance. For example, Singapore has some of the greatest technologies in the world. Many of you may not know this, but vertical farming was invented in Singapore. So that nation is defined by resilience design thinking, right? But regardless, we don't have a high mass balance. So imagine if we take ideas from Germany, ideas from India, ideas from Singapore, ideas from Australia, ideas from Spain, right? And at the end of the day, workable, tangible ideas that needs scalability. And the Global South has actually all the prerequisites needed for circular economies and renewable economies and green economies to be sustainable. So Ms. Nuria will be helping Pakistan, and she's been, designing and designing solutions, and she's got Habatomia Academy with her, and she's training and working with NICs, with like-minded people. And we Our goal is to share this opportunity for learning with Pakistan. Ms. Nuria and her team all can bring classrooms and can all bring knowledge as well for the transition to how we think. In order to be successful, we need to design this thinking in our planning. And then we need to design how we make this attractive and sustainable even for the real estate developers. So thank you for giving me the opportunity. And thank you, Ms. Nuria, for believing in Pakistan and believing in the vision. Thank you.
Thank you, Turab. Thank you. I admire what you're doing, as I said, and I encourage everyone to connect with us and to participate in these conversations about biophilic design. So thank you so much. So I will take over and present the following speaker. We have a great speaker from Ghana, Professor Emmanuel Banfo Aguil. If I'm mistaken, I hope I'm saying it right, your name. He's the Dean of Graduate Studies and Research, and he was the immediate past Vice Dean of the sub and the head of the Department of Environment Management and Technology. With expertise in the build technology and a PhD, he dedicated to education and serves as the director of the Sustainable Education and Development Research Conferences. Let me introduce Professor Emmanuel Banfo Aguil. I hope I have presented in the right way, and the floor is yours.
Very well. Thank you. Really pronounced the name very well. Thank you very much. And thank you, distinguished speakers and audience as well. I'm indeed delighted that you have invited me to also share the experience from Ghana perspective in terms of green burden. And this is a way to go. However, I just want to inform members that I will not do any slides presentation looking at the time so that I don't spend so much time in this. Mine is just to relate the experience of Ghana in terms of green burden. I hope you are listening. I can be heard. Is the voice clear?
Yes, you can be heard, and please feel free to share your work. We are extending the time of the salon. You know, it's becoming very organic, right? So please don't feel that you have to rush through anything. Everybody will get the time that they need to speak. Please carry on, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So basically, I've heard other colleagues who have spoken, and the colleague from Australia indicated that architects need to be psychologists, and that is the key word that I'm taking, and it runs through what I'm going to discuss this moment. Fortunate for us in Ghana, we have the Ghana Building Code that has incorporated green building into the architecture of both residential and buildings. And that is one important stride that we have achieved in Ghana. Two, the Ministry of Works and Housing, just last year, we had a green building conference in Africa that was hosted by Ghana, and it was to also give a policy direction that currently they are having the affordable or mass building projects in Ghana, and most of these mass building projects that will be coming up, 30% of local materials will be used as for construction, and that is also a big step in implementing this issue of green burden. The third area that I want to discuss is with design, and that is where the architects come in and also try to conscientize their clients of the best way to go in terms of putting out their burdens. Most of the times in Ghana, most of our burdens, we try to copy the design from the European standard. And you know, the European standard, their design, because of the environment there, is quite cool. Is a temperate region, and because of that, they try to close most of their openings using sliding windows and the rest. And in Ghana and in Africa, particularly in West Africa, where is a hot region, a tropical area, we try to incorporate this. And because of that, we spend much more energy, running our buildings, where most buildings you see having air conditioning or artificial ventilation in them. Most of our buildings in the designs, their openings are not wide enough. Usually you should have about 75% of window wall ratio of opening, so that you can always admit natural ventilation and natural sun lighting into the building. We rely more on artificial ventilation and artificial lighting. And at the end of the day, we are not able to maintain or pay even our energy costs. So energy design is very critical in this area when it comes to incorporating the green burden. Then another area that we have also observed in Ghana is that most of our roads are paved, especially our residential buildings are paved or are concreted, the floor. The floor are concreted, and basically that is the problem that we have when there is heavy downpour of water, and it tends to flood our area and that of Ghana precisely. We do not try to do grassing where we would allow the natural rainfall to penetrate into the soil and to fertilize it so that at least the soil can have its nutrients and strength as well. Almost all the soils in Ghana in our residential facilities are all paved. And when it rains, then we start having difficulties of controlling these floods. Another area is water harvesting. Most of our buildings in Ghana, residential facilities, and even commercial buildings do not have any way or mechanism of harvesting their water. Interestingly, in the urban areas, this is missing. But when you go to the rural areas, they are able to have this water harvesting so that when there are heavy rainfall, they harvest the water and they make good use of it. Most of the areas that are green building certified in Ghana, only 23 of those buildings are green building certified. And these 23 buildings that are green certified by EDGE, they have those facilities that make the building green in terms of recycling their water for reuse, making sure that they have water harvesting, and the eco nature of the building is quite friendly, and they do not use most of this artificial ventilation or artificial lighting. Another aspect that we have also observed is with painting of our buildings, and this is common in most areas. Some buildings, the client needs to be informed about the impact of paints. When you have a dark surface as your painting, definitely you tend to attract more heat into your home. And because of the heat, then you are expected to use your air conditioners. So this is where we are having the difficulty with our clients and trying to have a behavioral change in terms of how we put this building. It will interest you to note that in Ghana, the areas that are practicing more of green building are more of the hospitality industries. And people are willing to pay for so much money to go and sleep and enjoy that eco-friendliness of those building structure. People pay as high as $500 to $300 to $500 just to sleep in the night in these eco-resort buildings in Ghana, because they are using local materials. They are trying to use the thatch roof And interestingly, the modernization of our areas in the urban areas, that is where the difficulty comes in, where most people are not encouraged to see the need of implementing this. But as I said, the Ghana Building Code is a very important instrument where at the moment it is at the educational stage. We are yet to do the enforcement by the building inspectors and those in the built environment to make sure that these are being enforced. Because of the code came in just recently, and so they are trying to make sure that people are educated, especially the architects, the built environment professionals like the quantity surveyors, so that they look at the cost implication of this for them to start implementing or enforcing the rules that is governed as it is in our Ghana Building Code that has a section that covers the green building. So basically, this is just a little story or experience of Ghana area, and virtually all what the other speakers have indicated, we have such resemblance in terms of Ghana. Most of our buildings are not using the local materials. Most of our buildings are using more of the sandcrete block, which is made of cement and sand, instead of us using the bricks or using timber or other local materials that can make our room temperature very comfortable for us not to use the artificial ventilation. And usually, many are discouraged because of the initial cost. It is true that the initial cost might be expensive, but at the end of the day, the running cost is quite economical, because it is economical in terms of reducing the cost of energy consumption, because of you are not always going to put on your lights during the day or air condition as well. You are going to make good use of the natural lighting system like the sunlight and the ventilation as well. So when we try to explain this to our clients as quantity surveyors, as architects, as structural engineers, that these are the benefits that we derive from implementing green building solutions, definitely they will be seen doing that. At the moment, the Cape Coast Tenkan University, where I teach, is known for renewable energy, and that is our niche area. And one way is to train our students so that these our students will become future professionals like architects, built environment professionals, the electricians and what have you. When they understand the issue of renewable energy, incorporating it into the building sector, definitely that will be a long way to go. One, to reduce the CO2 emissions that are currently, that we are observing globally, and Ghana is not left out. People will now be seeing the need that it is not only in the rural areas that we need to implement green building solutions, but we need to also do that in an urban area. There are a lot of benefits in there, even when it comes to health. Our life expectancy in Ghana is around 55 to 50 life expectancy. Many retirements in Ghana, which is 60 years, even before retirement, you see that the person has passed away. Most of the things that might cause this might even be where they live, because the environment that they are staying, people are not allowed to get in that natural aspect of ventilation. They are always in air conditioning, and all these things have adverse effects in the human body. So this is the little story that I have for Ghana in West Africa, and we want to thank the opportunity to the organizers for inviting me to also share the voice of our Ghanaian built-in professionals. At the moment, I have my colleagues who are on the platform who have joined us from the Cape Coast Tenkan University, from also other countries in Africa, Tanzania, Kenya, Nigeria. They are currently on this platform as we observe this. And we say thank you very much for this opportunity. Once again, thank you.
Professor, outstanding. I would like to, induct your design thinking and your systems thinking for Pakistan as well. And at the same time, using this summit as a platform to introduce that systems thinking. I believe even Miss Nuria, both Miss Nuria and also Miss Maria would agree with my suggestion here. Miss Maria works a lot with universities, so does Miss Nuria, right? And it'd be great to actually see your case study, as a great example for Nuria as well, and your systems thinking as a great example for the next generation of architects in Pakistan. I love it, and I agree with you. MetaGood's on the same direction, right? Future-ready Pakistan was our mission. It appears that the future-ready Global South is also part of our mission. I believe Dr. Renuka has also something to say. I'll stop here and I'll leave it to Miss Maria, Dr. Renuka, and Miss Nuria for their comments.
Thank you, Turab. Thank you very much. I am sorry, everyone, that I was not since morning here. I was listening throughout. I had a medical appointment, and I generally walk if it is below 5 miles. So I was walking to my surgery, and then I've come back here now. And I will be shortly traveling to Preston here in UK. So maybe I will leave you at 11:30 or so. And so before that, I just want to give you some sort of conceptual background of why this forum is, why this summit, and where we want to go. And then I will allow you to continue. So please excuse my intervene here. So thank you very much again. GSFN was started 3 years back, and I have a video also for 5 minutes. When the time permits, I will just put a link, and Turab can go through that. I won't take it for now because we are in middle of discussion, so I don't want to disturb everyone. But the intention here is to leaving no one behind. That's the core intention, but also to, bring sustainable practices to every table, not only on the boardrooms, but also on the dinner table of ordinary men. And that is why I started inviting, first of all, because again, as a researcher, I wanted to be based or driven by scientific facts. So I brought first I started communicating with early career researchers, and then there was a need for senior researchers and businesses and individuals and so on. And that is how we grew very fast. And today we have 7,000 coordinators in 165 countries. And these all coordinators are just like what you saw, many universities, many networks. One of the network is iGen, which has already 27,000 more engineers in them. So we have grown, and possibly we are able to reach out in one email to 1.5 million people. And we never asked everyone to be always involved here. And that's the beauty of this network. We just have like a free, voluntary, and transparent network where we want to decentralize the leadership, but also to become an interconnected, collaborative leadership model for people to govern, or where not people to govern, but where sustainability governs our actions and performance. So that is where we want to go. And so now lately, what I came up with, that when I'm listening to all these alternatives presented here, and the challenges and, even the solutions presented here, I think there is a time today to convert all the performances into carbon. because it is a time, like where we all need carbon literacy. I imagine the time, 100 years ago or 200 years ago, where there was a need of literacy for people so that they can communicate, they can engage, and so on. And today, if we want to engage or communicate or bring all the operations, activities, systems, subsystems together, we need a common language, and that is carbon. And there should be, again, within that, I don't want to use just the carbon footprint as a measurement, but it should be used as a tool or instrument to change the practices. And what I mean that we need to have, and everyone would agree that we need to have for our performances, we need to have key indicators, but they should be in quantitative and qualitative, both. Qualitative are acceptable by few, quantitative are acceptable by few, but if we have both measurements, quantitative and qualitative, then it would be accepted by everyone, or we can buy in them. And so I think we need carbon footprint measurements and calculations, but also how that translates into the best governance model. Just to give an example, if we are trying to assess one activity, and just as what I did today, if I'm traveling by car and if I'm walking, that will change my carbon emissions, definitely. And I will be called as my low carbon activity. But at the same time, I can qualitatively explain that it will increase my, health benefits. It will also increase my connection to nature. It will decrease carbon emissions, and therefore it will impact on decreasing air pollution and many other things. So that is how I want to say that we would be able to change our stemming from each and every activities during in our lifestyle or in a daily life for anyone in the world. We will be able to make the change only if we have both qualitative and quantitative. And we have come up with 4 concepts within this. That first is carbon budgeting. That is, if we are able to measure the carbon, we will be able to budget it. Secondly is carbon mobilizing. It will measuring carbon emissions will also tell us where our emissions are, how we can, or where we can move them, how we can change our activities and mobilize from the high carbon intensive activities to low carbon incentive activities. And that would be very clear to us. It can induce carbon trading, but mind well, I'm not advocating carbon trading. That can be our end where we can go more about evaluation, verification, and so on. And that is also, again, an instrument. But the essence here is to make the change, identify the alternatives, and relate with them in low carbon or net zero regime. Third is carbon literacy. You, me, and everyone needs to know carbon literacy, because that is going to govern our activities, govern our operations, systems and subsystems and everything. And finally, we have to live in carbon sustainability. That is 1.5 scenario. And so having that concepts, we started, I have been advocating these concepts with plenty of people. And within 2 months, I have got 150 interest from high-level people saying that this is correct. And not correct, I mean, they have endorsed that, yes, something that should be done like this, we should be doing. We should be keeping this central concept in mind and bringing all these activities, whichever you have mentioned here today in these 6 days, the activities that you have mentioned, transferring one practice to other, these all activities can be translated into carbon footprints measurements, and then highlighted their benefits in a qualitative manner. And most of you have done in qualitative manner, few have done in carbon emission, and very few have done into converting that into currency, which common businessman can understand. And so this is where we want to go to impact the society. And especially Global South, we have common culture, and we are also have common challenges, and we are also the scope 3 of Global North. So we can play a very, very good role. We are in a very good position that while we develop, we also keep these things in mind, then our development would be sustainable development, truly sustainable development. And it will impact our sustainable development goals. So I will stop here. And that is what I just wanted to convey today. And whatever is Turab has done, and you all chairs who have taken it wholeheartedly, whether you have met me, whether you have not met me, it doesn't matter. But you have taken this all wholeheartedly and presented your performances here, which are so much welcoming, so much energetic, and so much enthusiastic for me, that I think we should go on with this and bring something in a really, impactful way. So I will stop here. Thank you very much for listening to me.
I agree with you. Thank you. Ms. Maria, your thoughts?
Thank you, Dr. Renuka, for that wonderful insight. Together is where we can make progress, and together is where we connect. Together is where we learn. So thank you for your generosity of spirit. Thank you for opening up the platform for like-minded people. And I think there are many of us who are wanting to have a discourse, who are wanting to share their experiences and their learning. And like you said, we are placed in a very unique position at this point in time. We are the change makers. From the Global South, we can initiate a change that can actually disperse itself to the West and the North. So yes, many thanks for that, for this wonderful collaboration. And I hope to keep this in a continuous stream as we move ahead in our further explorations. I would also like to thank Professor Bamfo for his insights from Ghana. There are many similarities between the two countries, between the two people in social, cultural vibrancy. It is indeed a great learning to go through your talk. I hope you will stay with us and inform us more about your investigations into the soil and the cultural impacts that your work beholds. I will now pass this mantle on to Nuria. We have a lineup of speakers, and like Turab said, we are very open and thankful to the generosity of people to come forward and share their insights, learnings, and inform us accordingly. So just bear with us with the timings. Like he says, it's pretty fluid and organic, and it continuously grows. So let's just enjoy each other's talk. So over to you, Nuria. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria, and thank you so much, all of you, Dr. Renuka, Turab. This is been an amazing summit. I was not able to go to all days, but I've seen a few of them, and they were really impressive. And I get really emotional here because
just one thing, Nuria, I don't know if you remember, we have met before.
Yes, we did.
Regenerative building.
Yes.
Do you remember?
A long time ago.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Renuka. It's a pleasure to be here. I wanted to comment also on the great talk of Professor Emmanuel Bamfo. That there's something I wrote down here. There's a long way to go, but a good way to go. And this is a very nice message, he said. I think and I believe that education in each of our countries is going to be key for the future of our planet. So good education is going to be great. And of course, all these great carbon indicators, I think it's a great idea, Dr. Ranuka. With this said, let me stop talking and go to the next speaker, Dr. Manur Fatima, which is an architectural conservationist and editor at Astana magazine, which is in Lahore Press Design Discussion magazine, in an attempt to revive a more critical discussion regarding architecture and design practices of the day. So thank you very much, and the floor is yours, Manur Fatima.
Hi, just wanted to say I'm not a doctor.
Okay, I got it wrong, but anyway, thank you for being here, Fatima.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me a platform. This whole session has been very educational and it's been very interesting. I've loved listening to all the speakers. So yeah, thank you for also giving me your time. So I'll just get right into it. Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Yes.
Okay, so today I chose to talk about considering the summit is on matters of the Global South. I wanted to address something that I've always thought of a problem, but a problem that we can mentally fix in a way. And that is this impression of the false mediocrity of the Global South. I mean, the impression is of the Global South being mediocre, but that's false. So I'd like to first off introduce myself. I am an architect and from Lahore. I am now currently based in Austin, but I've started to build a platform called The Architect, and I think Maria Assam might be familiar with this because I spoke to her and asked her for advice about it as well, and she was very helpful. So the platform encourages a critical design discourse, and something that I believe that we could really work on in Pakistan, because although we're working on trying to make architecture more progressive, more modern, we don't have as many platforms where we're talking about it in as critical and a way as we should. And so on the platform, this year, we launched the first magazine, the first edition of Astana, which is a magazine that has incorporated lots of professionals and their ideas. And we published it this year and it's received lots of appreciation. So I'm happy to see it developing and hope it goes forward. But I will circle back to this later on. And I think first, I'm going to just dive deep into the presentation. So when we talk about a certain part of the world being mediocre and a certain part being superior, for lack of a better terminology, there's certain questions that pop into mind, and questions that we should be asking ourselves more so on a daily basis, so we don't get stuck in this political social rut about who we have to listen to. And one of the movements that I would like to speak about today is internationalism. And it's funny to me because what is it exactly that makes a movement call itself an international movement, and why do we call it that? Is it that the international movement began because it was a movement adapted by lots of cultures, or was it because a certain group of people decided that this would be what we would call international, and then other people, other cultures around the world had to force themselves to accept that this was what an international world would look like, right? And moving on from this question, how do we know what future is collectively better? Why is it that we allow other people to tell us how we're supposed to move forward with our cultural values and our regional and vernacular designs and traditions? And why do we keep thinking someone else has the answers to problems that we're facing on a daily basis? And I think all the presentations that we've had in this summit have been brilliant in this way, because it's people taking up action to find answers and solutions to problems that we're facing. And hopefully we can spread that awareness out and move forward and find that progress. So continuing on with the theme of my presentation, I am just going to dive into a few examples of the international style of architecture, just to sort of turn the discussion into a more coherent talk. So the international style of architecture has thrived in Europe and Northern America, which is a fact. And I don't mean to say that it's something that we have not seen internationally, or it's something that we have not seen in the global south, but it is a fact that most of it has been concentrated in areas where a lot of us from the global south would not relate to or relate with on a daily basis. And it's funny because there's many advantages to this style of architecture. It seems very obviously progressive. The clean lines, the mass-produced areas, the longer spans, the taller infrastructures. It seems like it's the obvious way to progress, right? Especially with the technology that's advancing and everything. But it also seems to echo certain movements that are also going on today. We're slightly afraid of progress, and so we stick to something that's cleaner, for lack of a better word. These are just some more examples. Again, they're in European countries, and while I have nothing against the movement in itself, it's just more so the ideology that backed it up, and the way it's spread around the world, and the way it's influenced so many other countries in how their architecture is taking shape. What's funny is lots of these countries have had their own interpretations of these movements. So in Russia, you have around the time of the spread of the international movement, you have what was known as the Stalinist architectural movement, which, while not completely like the international movement that most people are familiar with, was something that they adapted to how they thought it would be better, and they just moved with that. So I thought it was an interesting way that they decided to go forward with that particular idea. These are just some more examples. I thought the National Assembly building in Togo was a very fascinating example, because it's not a very famous, it's not a very known picture of when you think of the entirety of the African continent. And it's interesting because the movement still made its way there, but it still somehow did not come out into mainstream media, which could have its own reasons, but it's also because it just does not match a lot of ways. And of course, since I am from Pakistan, the movement did make its way to Pakistan. It's funny when we talk about the movement making its way to Pakistan, because while this might not be the most flattering example of the movement, it does sort of reflect on the vibe that the movement had. and the kind of buildings that went out in result of this. In Lahore, for example, we have so many developers who made buildings that resembled each other and looked more or less like these. And they turned into office spaces where most people who went out for work would go into these buildings and work for 8 to 10 hours a day. And on the outside, it might look like it's a more progressive building, but you go on the inside and that's what the buildings look like. And this was a building that I worked in myself, and we had to go every single day. The elevator is broken. It doesn't smell nice all the time. There's lots of issues in the maintenance of the building. And it's not just the maintenance of the building, it's also the fact that when you spend a majority of your time working somewhere, you want that place to be someplace that you feel more connected with. And I think the biophilic presentation spoke about this, and I thought it was very relatable because it talked about how your productivity increases when you can relate to a place, when that place feels like it's yours, when it feels like home. And these buildings do not fall into that category. They do not help people feel like they're at home. It's very hard to personalize them and to feel like you belong here. And so I set out for a search because I wanted to see if there were examples of buildings where you would feel like home but you're going to work. And I came across the human rights offices in Lahore, and it's a very fascinating building designed by Nairi Dada. It uses lots of vernacular material. It uses brick. It uses a local kind of tile. It uses very geometric massing, and all of it contributes to this feeling of tradition and culture where you have a really solid infrastructure, but it makes you feel like you're going to a place that is also yours. It promotes a sense of belonging. It promotes a sense of familiarity, and the people there have a more cohesive sense of community. And it's just so drastically, so radically different from my experience working in a building like the example that I showed. And I think it's something that should be adopted more frequently when we think of spaces where people are going to be spending so much of their time in. And so what then I wanted to see was whether the playing with vernacular material and using that to build large span structures and constructions, if it was something that was not only spread around the world in more varied societies than I knew about, but was also spread over a longer timeline. So I found lots of examples for this. We have earthen construction in pre-Hispanic Latin America, which was the largest earthen construction then, and it still is, I believe, in a large portion of the world. And it's not that it's something that's outdated or something that we look at as if it's in our history, but it's something that we can still use because earth is a material that's available all around the world. And we see examples of these. We have New Mexico, which is a state in the US, which still uses Adobe architecture, and it's just another implementation of earthen architecture. And it's interesting because you can still see people living in those houses on a regular basis, and we have examples of these in Pakistan as well. And when we look at these, we tend to think, oh, maybe that's not good enough for me to live in. But why is that not good enough for us to live in? How do we think Earth or Mother Nature is not good enough for, human beings? This is obviously a very famous example, but I wanted to put this in here because of the great span and how large it is. This was a very interesting example that I found, which is called a Tulu of the Hakka people in China, and it's a multi-storied structure where they keep their animals and poultry on the ground, and then they live on the top stories of the building. But it's a really large earthen construction, and it's something that fosters community, helps people interact with each other, increases your chances of being closer to your family and finding that harmony. And while I'm not saying these are the only examples we have, because obviously we have very modern examples of architects using local material and building structures that cater to people's needs. But what I'm more so trying to access here is this connection that we have with local material, and how it's not just in the global south that we have this, but all over the world. And I would argue that this would be a more of an international movement than what we think is an international movement. This is just an example of how we have earthen architecture in Sindh, Pakistan. And the thing is, it's not just earth that we can use, right? We have thatched roofing, which is not something unique to Pakistan. We see these thatched roofing in the Maasai huts in Kenya, where they use grass and cow dung, which is also something that we use in Pakistan. But you also see these huts in French Polynesia, which is a really small island, and it still keeps in touch with the kind of material that is sustainable and a resource that is more available. And it just goes on to say how architecture should be a more personalized choice, as opposed to a mass standardized commodity, because it's something that people are going to be attached with for longer periods of time throughout their lives. We have, well, if we move on to another very famous material, we have bamboo, which I could not get through the presentation without mentioning Yasmin Lari's work. And one of her works is the Zero Carbon Cultural Center, where there's a lot, you can see the use of bamboo screens. Again, these bamboo structures are not unique to Pakistan or South Asia, but have been spread all around the world. But it's not even what makes these vernacular structures even more so, even more fascinating, is that it's not just the fact that these structures resonate with us from an earthly, more grounded manner. It's also that we use these to express our thoughts, our feelings, our cultural practices. And this is also something that we find all across the world. So we're very familiar with how we like to express design through architecture, through textile, through lots of different manners. But this is not something that's unique to us either. You can, if you go to Morocco, you'll see mud brick carvings. And this is something, am I audible? I hope so.
Yes, sure.
Okay. So, and this is something that I thought about a lot when I had the chance to visit Mexico City, because Mexico City is a very organic place. The buildings are there's a lot of cultural expression about them. There's a lot of they're very loud, they're very expressive. They're not they do not shy away from color, from design, from just generally being themselves. And I thought it was very fascinating that a country like Mexico, which is right on the border with the US, and the US is obviously known for its capitalist commodifying culture, and yet Mexico had somehow found a manner where they could bridge the gap between an utter capitalism, where your buildings are stripped of all identity whatsoever, to this progressive city, Mexico City, where you have the culture, you have their houses with their balconies, you have Hispanic women sitting there and talking to each other about their families, and a lot of the vibe of the place was very similar to Pakistan, to Lahore. And I felt more at home in Mexico City, where I was only staying for a few days, than I do in Austin, where I actually do have a home now. And it's interesting to me how all of these movements that originate seemingly from Europe and Northern America, they turn into these really big discussions on lots of forums. But I feel like the actual international movement is the fact that all these cultures that we don't talk about a lot, and we should more often, have their own distinct language, and all of these are more connected to each other and have always been more connected to each other throughout various time periods. And that was something, this reinventing of viewing the world and viewing how things work, that we began to fashion what the platform that I was working on. And I'm just going to jump back to that now. This was just to compare buildings of Mexico with Lahore, especially with the colors and everything. And so now I'm just going to jump into how we took the magazine forward. And so when I was talking about reinventing ideas and reinventing perception and reinventing how we see the world, as architecture students in Pakistan, we have a lot of we tend to glorify a lot of architects that we don't have actual physical access to. For example, Frank Gehry, and I'm not saying he's not a good architect. Obviously, there's a reason. He's, his designs are very notable, and but the thing is, what lacks in our education is the fact that we don't have a varied perspective that we can relate more to. And it's funny because in the magazine I have a writer who had the good who had the opportunity to visit these buildings, and she came out slightly betrayed, because you read about these buildings in a manner where you think you have to look up to them, but then you go and you actually experience them, and you realize that your worldview and your cultural way of thinking and the way that you've grown up and the way you experience things is so utterly different to someone who's writing about this, and then that writing is placed into your curriculum. And it's just, we're trying to now look beyond what people think they can tell us, what is right and what is good and what is bad, and all those different nuances, and just really step into how we feel about certain things. And it's not just buildings. We have another article where we had the writer talk about white and grayness that lots of these modern buildings embody, and how this white color sort of symbolizes more so an emptiness than it does the clean slate look that we're looking for. It's very interesting, all the theories that she used, because it boils down to really why is it that we allow other people to tell us how we're supposed to celebrate our own traditions and cultures and our own social structures. But it's not even just reinventing how we view other places and other pieces of architecture. It's also how we view our own cities and how we learn from them, and how they're always changing. They're constantly going through evolution with they're constantly impacted by global movements, and how we really need to know what our cities also stand for. It's been more than 70 years and Pakistan is still looking for an architectural identity, which in some ways makes sense, because more than 70 years, almost 80 years might not be too much. But it's also a shame that we're still struggling to do that. And that's because we can't seem to find a good way, a more relatable way to reinvent things in how we would benefit from them. And so what we've decided to do is to take apart these buildings, to make fun of them, to write satire, to illustrate them, to turn them into comics, whatever we need to do to find newer ways of looking at these buildings, so that we can also we know how we feel about them, and we're not afraid of expressing those. And so I'm just going to go back to where I started. How do we know someone else knows what is going to be better for us? And I think this whole panel with the Global South was really good that way, because we can finally sit together and everything that we have in common, we can talk about that, and we can find better answers and better solutions to it. And that's what we're trying to do. But thank you for listening, and I hope I was able to put across my message. I apologize if I don't sound entirely coherent. It is almost 5 a.m. for me. So it's been a long night. But yes, thank you.
I think everyone appreciated the perspective that you brought. You know, it is illuminating. We are connected, and I share with your thoughts that indigenous cultures. You know, I would just like to break for just 1 minute with your permission, with everyone's permission, because I think it's important for me to share a little piece of education from the Sustainable Design Council, where we talk about soil is the binding force of humanity's fates by design. And this is in relevance to your point of view on, you know, what else connects us. So if you just, the word soil is mentioned 287 times in the Holy Quran. In Sikhism, it is said to make your deeds the soil, wisdom the seed, give it the water of the river of eternal truth. There are also 112 instances of soil mentioned in the Bible. The ancient Vedas recognized soil as basis of survival. Upon this handful of soil, our survival depends. Care for it, and it will grow our food, our fuel, our shelter, and surround us with beauty. Abuse it, and the soil will collapse and die, taking humanity with it. In Buddhism, the soil represents the fertile ground of the Buddha mind, and the Torah is centric and partial to soil. So the summit really is about us connecting the dots of things. And thank you, Ms. Mano, for connecting some dots of things from your perspective. I'll give the floor over to Ms. Maria and Ms. Nuria. Thank you.
Thank you, Turab, and thank you, Manor, for this amazing presentation. I really follow your insights. Vernacular structures, culture is so important, and it's linked to also the presentation I did by Felix Design, and it's all about connecting us to our inners and to our nature. So who we are, our feelings, our soul. We are so disconnected from ourselves that we're disconnected from who we were and what we were. And this brought us a very good insight on how our, not only in Pakistan, it's all over the places. We don't have any idea anymore of how traditional buildings have been built. Our ancients, they knew how to do it. They knew there was already some heat and some problems with the climate change at that moment, not like this, like now, but they knew how to build the right infrastructures and buildings, and all with natural materials. So it is a very good thought, a very provoking thought. I always I am a very much fan of what they're doing at the Johns Hopkins University, and they're trying to find through new architecture how the buildings are affecting us and how we are connected to it. And there are some studies, some of them that you have shown, some buildings you have shown. These architectures of these buildings are giving us more stress than what we thought. They're not helping us to be aligned with ourselves. We are copying them because they're looking very modern in our eyes, but they're actually not helping us. So thank you so much for this.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we can be progressive in other ways.
Right. And as I said, I think it's the feelings. You were also was talking about feelings, how we feel in these spaces. If we would leave our egos at one side and we will start empathizing with the people who are living, working, healing in those spaces, that would be a very good start. Always taking into account what soil, nature, all different perspectives we've seen in the last days, and putting them all in place. But it's thank you very much for that. So I think to wrap that we are ending
we have Miss Jana spoken, I believe, also with us. I hope she's still here. Yes, Miss Jana spoken from Frogget. Yes, okay. yes. She's got a delightful vision and idea, I believe, and she's working very hard out of it. And Miss Jana.
Okay. The floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today, and thank you, Turab, for the shout out. Actually, I was not preparing to share something today in presentation, so it's just some thoughts on the sessions which I have been following with you. It's so amazing. Thank you so much also for Dr. Anuka for putting this together. And many topics that you mentioned are pretty much resonating with me when I was thinking about what to speak today on. For me, it was, you know, a little bit like the direction. We at Froggeeks, we are a marketplace for sustainable building and living. So we connect people all around the world that work in the sphere and are interested in the sphere. So we always like to follow some kind of patterns for building a sustainable future for all of us and for communities worldwide. Of course, we also base this on research and understanding of the conditions which we are right now and how is it being influenced in terms of changing climatic conditions, as all of you are already informed, I believe. So when I was thinking about the topic for today or for tomorrow or for our exchange and discussion, I would really love to exchange more with those that are on the call today. It was really a little bit like a blueprint for Pakistan, especially because that was, you know, a little bit the bottom line. And it's this duality of development in Pakistan that is happening when we talk about the rural development and also the urban development. So when I was looking also what is happening in Pakistan in terms of conservation efforts, etc., and also development of cities, it was really became so apparent that we have these two trends that are happening. And there is also a lot of impacts of climate change or extreme weather events that the population needs to kind of learn to manage and also base their developments and, you know, all the planning on. So, you know, when talking about urban design and urban development, there is almost like a blueprint for cities that we love to kind of follow, which is certainly, you know, based on nature-based development and assessing the risks and problems that the area has. I understood for Pakistan, it is water that may be very important to kind of address and assess, and you do a lot in terms of anti-flood systems and programs. So I found it, you know, a good approach and definitely something that needs to be put in the right context, especially for cities. But the other factor that kind of got my attention, and I would not go too much into that because I really do not have any slides with me at hand right now, would be ecological villages and the rural development. How can the people in the rural areas manage the challenges of having economic opportunities, being independent, having a high quality of life, and building this resilience against the changing climatic conditions? whether it's, you know, being able to share resources or having more engagement than in the cities. As we know, it's, I believe, Nuria was sharing a presentation on biophilia, and there the social positives or benefits out of biophilic design and green spaces. It was very nicely displayed and kind of very, very good deep dive on that. So how can we make sure that people in both areas can leverage that, can build up this type of capacity in the rural areas, and how can also the cities be designed in a manner? I mean, we had a beautiful, very beautiful presentation. I really enjoyed it just a second ago by the previous presenter. And I really recognize the fact that, I mean, first of all, vernaculture design is something that we need to leverage more. It's I really loved the point about, you know, why are we told to kind of have a shape how we want to celebrate our tradition and kind of accept it as, you know, this is being better, because there is so much that we can leverage. We know for, you know, thermal comfort of buildings, there is so much to learn from Asian designs, from materials that you can leverage, for natural ventilation systems that you can leverage just by observing the buildings in Morocco, in Egypt, or in Africa, and the way they are built or designed. So that was really amazing. And so how can we bring this together? And that would be kind of my talk about.
I appreciate that, Jenna, and I think it's a really good idea, you know, that we, you know, break out into a little format of a panel discussion, because we've got key minds here as well. And clearly it seems that you are in line, and the work that you do resonates with our collective idea to valorize the green built environment of the Global South. Naturally, we had the professor here who has educational systems as well. And Ms. Manu talked about the insights and the connectivity between us and our traditional architecture design. Ms. Nuria has always, and both Ms. Nuria and Ms. Maria, you know, Ms. Maria has been working for nearly 3 decades. She comes from persistent goals, you know, in terms of trying to communicate sensibilities amongst realtors, right? And you can check her archives on the Architectural Design ADA magazine. She runs that as well. So, and obviously we all know Dr. Renuka and the efforts that she has put in. So in an instance, right, our goals here basically resonates very much with the question that you've answered. How can we do this, right? So fundamentally, what we are doing with the objectives of the summit is we've all established over the last few salons that, you know, soil is an intricate and complicated discussion, but we have simplified it. Right. So now the soil and discussions are impacted over 12 points, right, which we have now comprehensively covered across the whole summit. And we have highlighted dangers and challenges associated with soil impact points everywhere with regards to how humans design behavior with the planet. So it all boils down to how we have designed our behavior, right, in interaction with the planet. And the solution forward is to design behavior that complements the planet, because the planet is our customer, and we have forgotten basically that the planet is our customer, right? We have not given the planet good customer service at all, right? The true cost of natural capital that has been consumed by the linear economies of the globe is not sustainable. So there's a challenge now, right? Naturally, all linear industries, it's not a call for them to shut down, it's a call for them to rethink. Because naturally, the customers that they are selling to, you need customers to sustain a business. In a dead planet, there are no customers. So from that perspective, right, we have to really look at how we work with linear industries, and obviously there seems to be a gap between knowledge, right? But here's the strange part, that we have the FAO, we have the UN, we have all of this great organizations, and if you dive deeper into their ethos, they're all screaming for the same truths, right? And at the end of the day, it seems policymakers are considering their truths. For example, we've had discussions over the last few days whereby the economics of food seems to take precedence over the biosecurity of the planet and the public health of planet. We are wondering, how do we transition away from unsustainable ag inputs into regenerative agriculture over a period of time, when I do not understand how is it that we can say that, okay, we've realized that we are micro-poisoning ourselves. This is not healthy, but let's not stop. Let's continue, because we need an economic solution for it. That's hubris, right? Because at the end of the day, if you know, you're not going to give your child a glass of water that is poison till you figure a solution out. You're going to stop giving your child that glass of water immediately, right? So those are some things that we know we want to dabble about, and naturally we need to valorize the gap that exists in the built environment as well between real estate developments. And I think you have plenty of solutions, right? So how do we do it? So this is the platform that we want to do it, right? We are gathering people, like-minded people. And essentially the idea here is that we've got many ideas, many startups. You know, we had heard from Zurich yesterday, who has found the most economical model, right, to develop hydroponic farming, right? And at the end of the day, we need sustainable models, like I've been involved in creating, in developing, you know, the idea, the concepts for Pakistan's first vertical forest. I understand what you mean when it talks about, you know, choosing your plant typography and your plant typology rather, sorry. And at the end of the day, you know, introducing back natural biodiversity into our design thinking and building community forests. Mr. Ujawal from Nepal demonstrated even on the first day how Nepal has saved itself, right, by basically working in community forests. So we need to basically bring the world's knowledge together and present it as sustainable economic models that makes it very difficult for any public policy house or maker or developer or designer for Pakistan and the global south to ignore. Because you see, what we are all looking for is growth, right? And in order for us to develop sustainable growth, we need to design sustainable growth that is in line with good planet design thinking. So we will be carrying on these discussions. We will be inputting everyone. For example, you are free to please share your presentation. We are going to upload, we are going to create you as a resource to connect you, right, with all of the available people that have participated in this. The GSFN will also do the same, right? And we are going to have follow-up sessions, because as we approach the closing, we are at the closing now, you know, it has become abundantly clear that we've done something great, and there's a great amount of energy and a great amount of collective minds that we have put together, who are all wanting to do something positive for their communities. By the way, I look after the GSFN chair for SDG 11 in Pakistan, right? So for me, everything that I think about, you know, for me, adopting this role as being a founder of MediGood as well, it was a perfect sync, right? Because at the end of the day, my goal is a future-ready Pakistan, and it appears that the mapping that we did for future-ready Pakistan is exactly what a future-ready Global South is. So we did. This is what this whole activity has been about. You've seen very good indications of people who are doing things in their communities. We've heard from universities here, and everybody is very much showing aligned good planet design thinking. Now that we know that we are aligned in our good planet design thinking, it is time for us to basically bring these ideas together and create actions. What are the right way actions? What are the right way outcomes of this summit? This is an action conference of purveyors, not of participants, right? So at the end of the day, it is beyond being a participant, it's about being a purveyor, because you also choose, all of us here apparently, well, not all of us here clearly are choosing the same path for sustainability. All of us here over the last 7 days have made efforts to basically connect their mindsets to soil health, and they've discovered where soil health matters, right? And why, if we don't, the good carbon is the outcome of soil health. So what we need is a unified soil literacy. And what we need is understanding all of these points that were very well mentioned today about the urban island heat effect, about how we can, and I'm sure basically your input and your contribution here, I'm very sure will be how we can create a sustainable economy from developing a circular green built environment, right? So circularity is the answer, especially for many of the vulnerable nations of the planet. India is third as the planet's most vulnerable nation. Pakistan is 8th. I imagine if something happens in India, Pakistan will immediately be affected as well. So you can consider Pakistan, you know, very vulnerable at all fronts, right? So Pakistan also has one of the youngest populations in the world that can be trained in the future of sustainable green economies. The idea of having, you can only have a sustainable you can only complete the goals of SDG 11 if you have completed all of the other goals. If you have not completed all of the other 16 goals, you will never achieve SDG 11. So we have to apply SDG 11 systems thinking for the SDGs, right? And ensure that all of these targets basically are benchmarked under this one parameter, the SDG 11, right? Because the goal here is sustainable cities and communities, and sustainable commodities generated from sustainable cities and communities, sustainable wealth generated from sustainable cities and communities, equality in sustainable cities and communities, good governance in sustainable cities and communities, right? No poverty in sustainable cities and communities, no gender divide and inequality. So you see where it all is coming down to? So it makes perfect sense for us. So we will be carrying this on with Impact Vessels, which is a planet incubator, right? We initially designed it from Pakistan. I apologize, I was wrong. This is for the Global South, right? So we will be now adapting our vision for Pakistan, similarly for the Global South as well. It seems that all of us here, we've gathered vast amount of knowledge, vast amount of participants. And if you would like, Ms. Jana Skokan, a great marketplace.
If I may just comment here.
Yes, thank you.
Very nice meeting you, Jana. I will have to be leaving for a very critical meeting, but I think we have many strong initiatives to take forward. Thank you so much for having joined us. And I will be missing the presentation, but I'm definitely gonna catch up on the video recordings. Nuria, on to you. And as for actions, Turab, wherever this talk may culminate today, as we say, this is the finale day, and so much has unfolded and unpacked itself during the 7-day conversations that we've been having. I lend my voice to it because you're headed in the right direction, and we will definitively put it forward in a very formal way so that we can actually share it with all the participants, all the purveyors, and take it forward to the organizational and government level. Thank you, Jana. Lovely seeing you, and we'll connect with you soon. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye.
Maria.
See you soon.
Thanks.
Yes, Ms. Nuria.
Yes, I wanted to just say thank you to Jana for her thoughts, and I'm really I'm really passionate about all what we're saying, and I'm getting really excited. But what I want to address, which I see a big lack, is lack of education in all people. And what do I mean by that? We are talking about architecture, we are talking about different SDGs, but the common people, the people themselves, they're not aware of the impact they're doing themselves with just, I don't know, just using the wrong materials or just using contracting the wrong people. And this is something that we should also take care of. If people, not us as professionals, but people are more aware of what they're doing to themselves, and that they're more aware of that reconnection that they have to have with themselves, with nature, with better world. That would be a good way to start. I see it here in Spain as very, very simple explanation of what happened yesterday. Yesterday, my youngest daughter, she was going to plant some trees. This was the activity of the school for a month. She was looking forward to that. She went there with her whole class, and what they did, they had several trees. And my daughter asked, which type of trees are these, and what are we going to do that? So what this organization did, they just bought the trees. They didn't even know what the trees were coming from, what type of trees they were, and they didn't even let the kids take the trees and plant them. So it's already starting there. Great, greenwashing. We're going to plant some trees, but for God's sake, we should teach those kids to do it themselves and to understand what's the impact of doing that. And that's something that many governments, schools, identities, they're doing that, but just to put themselves that they're good, they're green, they're doing good. we should start educating people in a good way. Just wanted to bring that thought, because I found it really shocking that she came back and she was so disappointed about the way doing this. Okay, these things are happening. We're in Spain, Europe, but these things are still not being taken care in the right way. I don't know what your thoughts are here, but yeah, I just wanted to point that.
Thank you so much for sharing this, Nuria. I mean, as a mother of kids as well, I mean, I am definitely interested in how we will prepare them, how we prepare them to manage the challenges that are coming upon them, and we kind of hand it over as a gift to them. Hopefully it's going to be a gift in disguise. But I definitely also see the same challenge with education. Apparently it should be part of public education. There are thankfully a lot of programs now also from the EU and also other funding opportunities, how to package this type of educational programs and sell it to schools so they can go and they can get the right people, professionals, if it's agroforestry people or foresters, or what is biodiversity experts or natural capital managers that can really advise them exactly what type of, I mean, Turab also mentioned it, what type of plant do you have, what do you want to do with it, and how do you really do it, and how do you take care of it as well, how to make the plant really survive and bring the biggest or the best results or performance it can as a tree or whatever you want to gain from it. So this is definitely something on my mind as well. But what I also see is this lack of the ecological knowledge. I mean, we have this, but it's also a journey that we need to accept we are on. We are coming from, let's say nothing is happening, to yes, there is something happening, to yes, we need to do something. Yes, something is going to be more concrete. We have more actions. It's not going to be reporting only. Yes, reporting is actually, you really want to make sure your water is clean, your soil is taken care of, the plants are alive and thriving, and the animals are there, and you work together to, okay, everybody knows what, like the back to the roots. Everybody understands why you need it, this. For me, it's really like this, and it's a big transition in the thinking of people to not assume that like reducing carbon will save us, but this reductionism has to go away, and we need to go back to ecology and make ecology fun, natural, be part of everything, and product design, everything, all the business units. I mean, it's so broad, it's so massive. Yesterday we were also doing a little project on systemic thinking, and in the end we need to simplify this for the people, so they can accept it and know what they can do in their space, so it has more action, or it has more impact, when more people do simple things that kind of accumulate, because we have this power, this power in us, but we need to kind of get this momentum. And for this, I think these platforms like Turab and Dr. Anuka created with all of you here, with the wonderful speakers of the last few days and the amazing presentations, this is a great starting point, because it's nothing if we cannot come together and say, hey, we want to do this. We know this is the right way to do it, and we want to work together. And then, business opportunities come up. Everything is possible. It's just right now we're somewhere in the middle. Please.
No, we're no longer in the middle. We're no longer in the middle. I think, Jenna, remarkable intuition. This is exactly what we're doing, right? So you said a key word, sell. We need to harness the longevity, the design that brings us closer to the longevity of the planet. We have accumulated over the last few days, Miss Sanette, for example, from Nature Plus, is developing educational platforms. Amazing, right? Mr. Lewis from Los Angeles, right? I forget the name of his company, but we will be highlighting him as well. He's working on 2D design, which is very applicable, right, for education. I believe, I think it's very clear by now that, for Medigood as a soil health and protein health company, it is our responsibility to kickstart a meta soil culture for Pakistan. So education is a key part of our goals. We are working with Planet Soil, and we'll be also working with Planet Soil Juniors as well to have the Planet Soil Pakistan, Planet Soil Juniors Pakistan as well. So naturally, we want to bridge cultural divides. So we also have Ms. Alia, I believe Ms. Rathore, who's actually also doing great environmental programs. I have consistently said over the last few days that we need to change our consciousness from remove the thought of farm to table, go to soil to table. We need to have cloud to soil and soil to cloud. We need to have soil biome to human gut biome, right? We need to be able to draw these connections in order for us to ensure that it's a system safe. These are the safe points. So yes, the goal here has been to gather impact makers, change makers, sustainable solutions. We've got Carlos, who is doing something remarkable, right? He's come out with a solution to design the planet better, right? And we will be kickstarting with them pilot projects, right? So at the end of the day, you can consider what we're really doing is that we are creating a pool of impact where we would be able to present all of this, help organizations design their systems better, those that are doing good systems, right? And they will be part of the process of creating impact in the Global South, right? Now, so because there are no circular systems here, basically what we've done is create a circular ecosystem for the Global South, right? Where change makers, impact makers who have respective programs and projects come together. You see, because there are many forms of funding which are available in the globe. There's debt financing. At the same time, I love this part, because we now have to help our good friends in the linear economy reduce their Scope 3 emissions, Jana. Isn't that a fascinating thing? So now that we can help them reduce their Scope 3 emissions by developing transparent nature positive projects, by developing green infrastructure, by developing new SDG impact programs, because they all need annual GRI standard reports now, right? So they need to be able to show that they're actually doing something. So my proposition is simple, right? Let's do something which is impactful, right? Let's just not design programs just for good reporting, but actually for impact. India had a very good example yesterday of how they are developing AI for their agriculture by taking a 3% CSR cut from all companies that are listed on the stock exchange. So I will repeat this again, right? India has an excellent example of taking a 3% CSR cut from all companies that are listed on the stock exchange. Now, naturally, I would say that this is a very intelligent linear economy tax, right? And so we should basically understand that if industries continue to want to pursue their linear industries, instead of that offset game that we are doing right now, instead of certifications to balance the books, why don't you actually adopt, right, nature positive projects, SDG goals that are actually being done by great humans and who have dedicated a lot of their life to it, right? So we've already got the good example. We've already put together right way solutions, right? So the goal here is right way actions. So for us at Impact Vessels, we are connecting the dots in the spirit of GSFN as well, right? And so I think there are many ways of funding beyond the corporations. We also have banks, right? Because banks basically, all pollution starts from banks financing them, unfortunately, right? That's just how the equation starts. All emissions starts from procurement departments when they choose non-green choices, right? And it also then it boils down to finance departments who approve such processes. So we just need to go to where the system is and say that, okay, if you choose this system, that's the way forward, right? And ideally, we would want them to stop choosing the systems, right? To work with all of the system change engineers, right? All of us are change makers, system change engineers to actually design future. What is the future of plastic? There's no way plastic can ever be sustainable. There's just no way, right? But we need it, right? But at the same time, what is the transition plan? We can't, we need a transition plan for everything. We need to know that, okay, when are we going to stop micropoisoning ourselves? Why are we not doing it right now? When are we going to start shaping the new future instead of suggesting it and talking about it? The planet has no time for suggestions. The planet needs action, right? So I think, we are very happy to have accumulated so much knowledge and so many partners. So Ms. Jenna, welcome. You are part of our platform now, and you have worked so hard, like Ms. Nuria and all of the other people who have contributed so far to create something substantial. We have Dr. Shagufta Jabin as well, who was part of the chair yesterday and, shared her plan for valorizing education. So we have amazing, and we have got Mr. Khalid as well, who talked about how he can, help multiculturalism and linguistic translations that we need. And Mr. Carlos demonstrated that in Zoom, you can also do this, right? So we've been hearing, Mr. Carlos' wonderful assistant on Zoom as well. So it's all very organic, right? So we will be following up with sessions. You will be invited back. Your presentation will be shared. In fact, we will possibly have a Frogix classroom, right? Where you can have the opportunity to bring us through everything. We'll invite everyone here again, right? It's all very organic and it's all working fine. So Ms. Maria said that, we need to look forward to solutions, and we have no problems designing the next chapter. So we will begin our design of the next chapter. We have concluded the design of our first chapter, and we are design thinkers, system change engineers, right? And builders of good at MetaGood. We cannot call ourselves MetaGood realistically if we don't do good, right? So this is that ethos in MetaGood. We are designing a future-ready Pakistan because we have no exit strategy. There's no reason to exit a future-ready Pakistan, and it's very clear because Pakistan is part of the Global South. The Global South is labeled for a reason, and that is because we all share the same pain, we all share the same inequalities, and we all share the same, how would you say, Ms. Manur showed a very critical example today about how we are inspired by the Global North, and we've been, been led to believe, right, that, what's happening in the Global North is the solution for the Global South. This is the time where we can realize, okay, hang on, we got this wrong, right? So it's time for us to understand that in order for us to have a sustainable future for our children, and we had, I'm very pleased to also let you know, I've been designing Mr. Mohammed, to lead and be president of the Sustainable Design Council Youth Under 15. And that young 13-year-old boy that spoke yesterday was remarkable and just, worthy. People of knowledge has been our goal here at the summit, to gather people of knowledge, right? To come forward. And knowledge exists from everywhere, as this summit has shown, right? There's no barriers or titles that divides knowledge. Everyone is discovering a pursuit of knowledge. So I hope I've answered your questions. I'm delighted that you joined us. I think what Frogix is doing is just remarkable. And I'm very glad that we'll be able to hear more from you and see how we can help develop sustainable businesses within the green economy, especially how we can educate. So soil literacy for us at MetaGood is the answer, and carbon literacy is a goal of GSFN. And honestly, at the end of the day, we believe good carbon is the outcome of good soil, right? If you want to test whether your soil health is good, just test the gut health of the humans. Mr. Henry Rollins yesterday gave us an anecdote and reality that, a lot of the members of the Japanese parliament already tested positive for glyphosate in their systems. And naturally, just 3 days ago, a member of the European stakeholders, right, tested positive for forever chemicals in his systems. We already know that, all over Earth, our rainwater brings back the forever chemicals. So we have self-detrimented our own existence. It's time that we realize it, and it's time that's why this impact points are being created. We need to valorize the planet, and we cannot afford for the Global North to have a different strategy and the Global South to have a different strategy. The greatest threat that we face here is consciousness. A few days ago, there was an article stipulating that we can afford to produce another 340,000 new vehicles a year in Pakistan. Now, that's danger, because at the end of the day, we think that the rationale is that we are only 1.5% emitters, so therefore we can produce this. That's absolutely, it doesn't include, critical thinking in that thought processes, and that's actually very damaging. Even though 40% of the globe are single-digit emitters, right? We have to realize this focus on Europe and on USA to reduce its emissions because they are the large emitters here. Doesn't mean that the global south should carry on and say, okay, we are just single digits, so let's double up. Imagine if all the nations in the global south decided to just double their emissions from 0.5 to 1%, from 1.5 to 2%. The world will tip over. So we seem to have lost the hubris of just looking at the biggest emitters and ignoring the development of the low emitters who are inspired by the global north. Exactly what Ms. Manor said today, exactly what's happening in Pakistan. We have billboards of cities. We are creating the tallest building in the world in Pakistan. We are inspired from the Empire State Building. We are trying to sell the population density of Islam of Dubai, and we're trying to basically build the vision of Islamabad for it. That's just not sustainable, right? And we have the youngest CBD in the world, hopefully, and we're looking. I hope the CBD of Punjab basically looks to how it can become the world's first, biophilic CBD in the world, because there's still time, right? There's still time to set the right example. And, I think Punjab is a great test market, and a lot of countries are great test markets and pilot projects where we can look at how we can include circularity. We can have circularity in Ghana. There's a lady called Zara Chetty, who is basically who is actually doing what Ms. Mano talks about. She's designing the future of urban ecology and urban cities and sustainable cities in Africa. She's bringing back the essence of designing with your own heritage, right? I mean, ideally, we should have Africa having its own design heritage in how it designs its built environment. We should have Pakistan having its own design heritage, because that's really what the planet is about, right? It seems that we have gone on the wrong path. So, absolutely, Ms. Jana Spoken, you are now part of this vessel. We've developed a vessel for impact. And welcome on board.
Thank you so much again. I would just have one reflection, because I was also wondering what maybe Nuria would think about this. What's your perspective on that? I believe Turab also started to a little bit go into that direction. So what is your perception of sustainable building? Because we have the structures, all the built environment that is now this high-rise buildings that we need to kind of also retrofit, prepare, green elements, whatever coatings, or I don't know, heat control, etc., or rainwater management system. Or we have, and you also mentioned Dubai, a very interesting example, because I was really wondering about this. This urban development and the rural development. So how can we kind of, where is, how does the future look for you? Maybe what's your perspective on that? I'm sorry, it's going to be a little bit long-winded question, but I was just so fascinated by this, because for me, it almost looks like these ecological villages have the potential to adapt faster, to have more control, like the big structures that, until something happens, until we have a proper water recycling system in the city working, it takes a lot to kind of, get the right people to agree to the project, Then you have all the behavior of the people that will still kind of, interact with the system that you may design with the best intention. So, and we have also this beautiful example of now this new project of Neom, this city in the desert, where it's just so beautiful. It's a glass city, 1 kilometer long in the desert, or even has different forms, the ski resort in the desert, etc. So it brings this kind of, fairy tale, like everything is good, but still it includes some of the biophilic design elements. I was very surprised by the, technological elements for sustainable building. They have very interesting, almost like under the earth surface structures. So what does the future look for you of sustainable building? Is it high rise, very technological, or, where do you see the journey goes?
Great question and a very complicated answer. Yeah, thank you very much for that one. Well, regarding to that very sophisticated city in the desert, yes, I've been amazed looking at that evolution, and I'm not so, let's say, not so happy about those type of projects. Yes, it has some biophilic features, but biophilic design is not about some features. It's a very complex way of designing. So it's multidisciplinary. It's going into not only we are sustainable, we're integrating plants, we're integrating patterns, we're integrating artificial light, which is helping for our biological clock. Not only that, it also has to that reconnection with nature. So if we're creating an artificial space in a place where there is no nature, where there is no life, how far can we go? How good is this for the planet? So for me, it's quite double this type of new constructions. And what is sustainability? Well, it's a complex answer. I always go for more regenerative projects than sustainable projects. It's not only about not doing harm, but doing better for the planet. So trying to put there more of good in the planet than just not doing harm. And in that sense, every single project, it's so different. So just taking copy-paste models and putting them all over the places, I don't think it's a solution. It has to do with going locally and working with local architects, with local engineers, with local people, and understanding what are their, not only their needs, but also their history. These vernacular structures are so good examples that we've seen today. To learn from that. So for me, it's already, that is sustainable. Trying to retrofit, trying to use those millions of square feet buildings that we have there, which are not still are bad, and we have to see how we can make the best out of that. I can go on and on and on. It's not by ticking and doing blueprints and going and filling all these certificates that we're sustainable. It's much more than that. It's about taking responsibility, each of us. And that goes, as I said before, it's about reconnecting ourselves with nature, because I already explained, we are nature. If we are not connected with that, we're not going to understand the thing. We're going to go again to all those certificates and say, yes, 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 we have zero carbon emissions, we have that and that. But at the end, we are putting a screen, and we're kind of advertising ourselves the best customer. But that's not it. We have to look at ourselves and say, am I satisfied with this? We are our customers. Rob said, our planets are customers. I see it more like we are our customers. We are nature, so we should take our responsibility of that. So it's very complex answer. But yeah, my goal with the job I'm doing is advocating for that and facilitating those type of conversations, facilitating the knowledge of biophilic design, of regenerative design to projects, to make all the people in those projects aware of looking at the projects at that point of view, and taking them to nature and having a walk with them in nature and making them, or try to make them, reconnect with themselves and with that nature. So yeah, that's for me the most important question that I can give you today, or sentences: reconnect with ourselves, reconnect with nature will give us a good solution to this problem in the planet.
I have a thought on, I think it's a very important question Ms. Jana has asked. And yes, I think the ambition by the city to build such a project in the desert is remarkable. And at the same time, it must address the questions with regards to sustainability of the planet, because it must lead the way, right? So I think the city in question, right, is a very important beacon of the world, and their actions need to represent the same conversation with the rest of the planet, and they can afford to do so. I think we should examine, Ms. Jana, we should examine a little bit the design thinkers of this project, and we should ask them this question. So I'll look into it, but at the same time, it's a valid question. I'll tell you why, because you see, even in Pakistan, Bawalpur, it's a desert city, right? So in order for a desert city to be sustainable, let's go back to soil health. How are we going to generate the soil in that area? How is it going to be possible? What's the finite resources that will be consumed? I'm pretty sure, at the end of the day, the desert city, will have a sustainable plan, because, we have to look at the balance, at the same time, the materials that are being used, and all of that. So it's quite an international project. In fact, some Singaporeans are also involved in that project. So I think there is an opportunity now. Now is the time to actually connect to all of these great builds and understand their thinking better. Maybe they have some solutions that they have failed to share, right, with everyone. Such large projects sometimes, and their communication campaigns may not be as detailed as they need to be, right? Because we're all looking towards such cities to set the precedents. And there are many, is it sustainable? No doubt. This is the question that we need to ask, right? And what sort of materials? But also at the same time, every nation has a right to develop itself, but every nation is also connected to the planet. So their decisions impact what happens. We already established that what happens in the Amazon, right, also happens, is connected, right? The weather cycle of the planet ensures that, it receives balance in some shape or form. So I hope I've answered that, shared a good critical point of view on that matter. Let's ask them, let's find out more. And you know what, at the end of the day, maybe the possibility here is Nuria, for you to work with us further also to see how we can, develop ecological villages here. And that's what we want to do with everybody, right? We want to basically, sustainable cities and communities means communities, right? So how do we create culture, right? Because, it's just not right that we ask people in the global south to move away from their culture and adopt a global north culture. We should take the best of both worlds and bring it together, right? So that there's great diversity. And at the same time, I truly believe that the answer is in the global south, purely because we've already built out very fast the global north, right? So it's very expensive for the global north to actually try to make system changes, because literally it means breaking down their infrastructure, right? Which is why they're giving and borrowing mass waste balance from each other and giving each other's green deals, right? Because some countries have more land for forests, some people. So they're working it out amongst themselves. So while they are working it out amongst themselves, the global south needs to work it out amongst themselves as well, right? Because we need to be able, because interestingly, and Jenna, you might find this interesting as well, the global south is the supply chain of the global north.
Yeah, thank you, Turab. Thank you for saying, I will be delighted to help you create those all those villages, eco villages, whatever projects that you were having in mind. And I wanted to give the question back to Diana. What do you think about that? About what's for you sustainable building, sustainability? What's the future of that?
Well, I mean, this is a very personal question because, as I don't read news. I don't watch news anymore. I have to be very honest with you. But if you do, you're gonna be very skeptical with what happens with the world eventually. So I am by nature a very positive person, and this reflects hopefully in my work. I look to secure the best possible conditions to fulfill the needs of people. As mentioned, I have 2 small kids. How I like to kind of educate them is they need to take care of nature. Why is it important? And what are the services that we get from it? This is why we steward. That's the currency. That's the value that we exchange. And if we can manage the balance, we are going to be thriving, which is great. So for me, it's certainly a nature-connected living. I really love that. For me, it's really, I mean, personally, I really feel the difference. Meanwhile, I really suffer from a professional deformation. If I enter a space and there is not enough plants, not good. I feel it. It's like, you know, too little green. Gray space, you already see it. I mean, it's just missing. The nature, the life is missing. So this is a very strong for me, nature-connected living and autonomous. For me, it's autonomous buildings. I mean, of course, water, of course, recycling, of course, energy. I mean, it's like, you know, from why are we not doing it? Soil, roof top gardens, wall gardens, I mean, community gardens. You have so many options. And it's, I mean, it's about time we kind of were I'm not quite sure if it was like reduced or blind to how we design cities. You know, you have so many neighborhoods. You mentioned it also with the social benefits of greenery. You know, there are statistics that confirm that criminality is decreasing once you have more green spaces introduced in the neighborhood, because it's just another element, you know, that enriches the social interaction. So I really, you know, I mean, it's about time. There is enough room for improvement, a lot. And back to the question of Turab, or to the point of Turab, I think it needs a very almost like, you know, something you love to be there, you love to visit it. It's flagship projects that we need, that display what can be done, how it's working, and people love it. And you start to see them more and more. It's like, you know, so exciting to see projects like the Eden project in Cornwall. If those of you that know it, it was a previous mine. They then converted it. 20 years took the regeneration project. A lot of soil, a lot of preparation, of course, a lot of people, a lot of professionals. It was an initial group of around 20 people that launched the project, idea holders, experts that managed to kind of put together a persuasive project, attractive project, to invest. It was a massive, of its scale, 140 million pounds. So, you know, this is the money that you need to kind of get ready for to invest. However, the conversion was amazing. 1.7 billion, not to overstate that. Some people may get too excited then. So 1.7 billion was then contributed within this 20 years to the local economy. So this is a proof. You have like 10 times the ROI of people visiting. For those of us that are motivated by money, it's a money machine. There are events, there are, you know, opportunities for all age groups, interest groups, how you can engage, how you can see, how you can learn in the area. This is what I see as the future of living. I would love to see, you know, to live there and to see more of them all around the world. And of course, you know, if you have this water retention around them, that helps you in the dry season, in the wet season, then I believe, you know, that's the way, that could be a way to go.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with you. This when you're visiting these spaces, when you're feeling these spaces, when you see that you're attracted to that kind of architecture, that kind of the biodiversity that you start seeing there. You go in the springtime and you see the bees in a city going into the flowers. All that attracts people, and we see it also in biophilic design. This is the way to go. This is the solution. Maybe not the only solution, but it's the solution. And as you said already, we have to showcase it and show that this is the return on investment. So how do we do that? We build those spaces, we build those cities, and then we are going to do analysis. We have to do all this service that we do at the beginning. We have to see if this is working, and then just spread the word about it, showcase it. Just say, look, we've done that, come over, we're doing it, we have these figures, and there is so much ROE. So that's the way to go. And the little steps are going to help us to get there.
And it's so exciting because you see now projects. I was just recently having a conversation with a person from Czech Republic, and they have also a large area that they want to recultivate. I mean, you have much more potential when we talk about waste elimination. We have all these techniques now that we can work with. Then you have a lot of land from landfills that you can regenerate. Then we have another investment for 20. We have enough work for the coming 20, 30 years to do. And, there is so much potential for labor, for employment, for ideas, for designs, for events, for whatever. I mean, we can do so much. So it's almost like when I hear it now being said loud, it's actually exciting. It's not like doomy and gloomy, but it's wow, there is so much potential we can do, and it can be so wonderful. And so they are actually entering back to this Czech Republic project. They are entering into the phase of replicating the Eden project in Karviná. So this is, or maybe I hope I did not say the wrong place, but it's certainly in a mining focus area where they want to just replicate it into something similar. So it's beautiful to see that. And Central Europe, we don't have anything like that over there. It's a lot of things we can do.
I think it's a great idea. I mean, a lot of economies in the global south are powered by mining and coal mining, right? So I do know that, coal is a major energy resource that is being used in Pakistan. But we've all heard globally as well, and we understand globally that it's not sustainable. But the idea here is that how do we retrain, right? So the opportunity here, and you are right, there are many examples around the world where nations and communities, right? I think the Netherlands is one good example as well. And, so is the one that you mentioned, right? So we have examples already existing in the world, how mining communities have been retrained and now put into more circular roles. So it needs to be at the government level, right? Priorities need to be set, right? However, many parts of the global south and the world is disenfranchised, right? So it makes sense for us to basically look at creating a formula where if we just look at what are the right way actions and what we need to do, and we are not impaired by policy making that is not in the favor of the planet, right? Because we work independently, we can still connect people, right? Because there are a lot of people in the world who want to be connected, who want to do sustainable things, who understand the need for it. So I think for me, I'm just really excited and very glad that you're here with us today. And let's maybe just, to wrap up, go around the floor and see if anybody who is part of the event today wants to add some remarks about what they have heard and seen, or tell us a little bit more about themselves before we close.
Maybe if I can put up just one more thing. Jules,
Sure,
sorry.
please.
You mentioned also the action and deciding for the right action. And in the end, also consumers, you see that right now. I mean, you mentioned glyphosate, a topic for, soil, glyphosate, automatically connected. We just got prolonged the license in the EU for another 10 years, which was a decision that came up. Let's leave it like this. And in the end, you see that on the consumer trends that people want to buy great, healthy products that are well priced. This is what they want. Nobody wants to poison them or their child or whatever. Nobody wants to do this. Nobody wants to pay for it. Nobody wants to buy it. Nobody wants to support it. So I think we need to also kind of go back. It was also what Nuria also a little bit mentioned, that everybody understand what is it about. Plastics, glyphosate, whatever, you have all these studies. So really communication, cooperation, and finding ways how to get this close to people. And make sure that there are alternatives available that they can also afford.
I'm on the same page with you, Jenna. We're going to do great things together.
Thank you, Jana. Same here.
I think Miss Jules, welcome. Can we have, thank you, please. Jump right in.
Hi. Yeah, my name's Jules. I'm based in the UK, and I work for the Global Eco Village Network part-time. And I was just checking my emails and I saw the wonderful invitation. And I started looking and I didn't even realize you were continuing today. I thought it had finished yesterday. So I'm really pleased that I managed to find a link to jump on. And I've been really excited to kind of listen in to your conversation and hear just, you know, over the last sort of 20 minutes, some really nice, exciting projects. And I jumped in there and had a quick look at the place in Cornwall straight away that you mentioned, which looks amazing. So yeah, I don't know if you're aware of the Eco Village network with sort of thousands of eco villages around the world. So we work directly with sort of 5 different regions who then kind of self-organize within those areas and regions. So I haven't been with them that long, only about 6 months, and I feel like I'm constantly learning. And so I hope you've had a really good conference over the last couple of days and found out some really good things. I wish I'd been available for more of it.
You are welcome to join us. You know, we'll put you part of our calendar as well. We'll give you great updates. Tell us a little bit more about the work that you do.
So Jen actually really works as sort of the communications hub, building and developing relationships across sort of 5 regions. So we work with sort of CASA, which are in South America, Jen in North America. We have Genoa, which is based in Asia, and I don't know if you're aware of Oroville, so there's a lot going on around there, and that through that connection. And we have a network across Europe as well. And sort of our role is to try and connect and support and promote the work that they're doing. Yeah.
Thank you, Jules. Yeah, sorry, Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
No, just organically answering. I would love to connect with you, Jules. I'm very passionate about the eco villages, and this is a great movement. It's a great organization. We need more of those examples out there, because it's through these examples that we are getting inspired and we learn. So yeah, thank you for being here.
Thank you. I think that's something we're really looking at now in terms of how can we, kind of support, how as Jen can actually help to create more of a replicable model. How can we collect data on what we're doing and the impact of the villages as well? So that, I think that's a kind of big next step for us is, how do we get this out there? How do we create this and make it a lot easier for others to kind of replicate what we've been doing over the last 30 years? It's sort of an organic.
This is phenomenal. Phenomenal. I was just looking, I'm aware, I just actually wanted to give you the opportunity, and actually we are all eager. I'm actually interested to know, can you perhaps share one global eco village story with us so that we can know, in one story, what you guys have achieved and how we can learn from you?
Well, they do vary, and I think I think I picked up on one of you sort of saying about that kind of indigenous knowledge and what's needed in different areas. So CASA, which is the network across South America, is working have got some incredible eco villages happening around Brazil and throughout South America. They're engaging in some ways with sort of ESG credits to be able to preserve the forest, in a pristine way and make sure that remains well. They have a wonderful complex. They're sort of working together. It's very much about intentional communities. And I think I was hearing that about it, when I first jumped into the call, that importance of communities. So we often provide support for those communities to grow and support and develop what they need within their environment. We've got some nice examples in Scotland, in Findhorn, and in Southern Ireland with Clough Jordan, where people have come together to buy property, to then build houses, to then manage the land in a sustainable and regenerative way, which I think is really important. There's just so many different wonderful examples. There's some great examples in Costa Rica as well. I've got a friend there, one of the colleagues is out visiting those. She's in the jungle at the moment, and really sort of, as soon as she got to the eco village there, she said, right, I'm moving here, you know. And I think that's what's important, isn't it? How do we find a way to be able to show how these different movements have come together and are working in that kind of intentional community space? And it's always, I think, also the kind of the difficult bit. That bit has to be really nurtured right at the beginning in order for the progress to happen. And of course, it's a long-term project. So quite often projects are affected by the economy in one way or another. You know, I know in Ireland, we had when we had the crash in 2008, a lot of the investment that had gone in initially was then lost, and they had to build it up again. And so I suppose there's kind of things to learn from where things have gone wrong as well as where things are successful.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Jules. May I ask you a question regarding the building of those eco villages? Do you use architects or engineers or designers from the place, or what's the mix? Who is facilitating what? Because you have already the knowledge, but it's of course depending on the community, on the biodiversity of that country, of that place. So how do you manage that communication? Can you give us a little bit of a...
I must say that I've only been with them for a number of months, and I'm not too sure how that actually happens. I think quite often from what I've been reading, there are, relationships with architects and builders formed within the country that they are based in. And those relationships then built up. I think there is quite a lot of self-build and community building that goes on as well, which is quite an exciting opportunity for people to engage in that kind of work. But I think the relationship is quite often built with somebody locally, architect firm locally, or builders locally that can lead the way in that development in a kind of sustainable and now more regenerative way. We have a consultants list, and quite often when communities are starting, they might ask for information of potential consultants in the region that they're in. And we were talking about updating and getting that database better, making sure it is updated, because we're working with relationships with regional hubs. They in themselves have those connections, and they don't always kind of get back to us when things are updated or things are moving forward. Are you working with an architecture firm? Is that your area?
No, well, I'm a designer myself, but I facilitate and I'm an educator on biophilic design. So what I do is get the whole project together and then facilitate it. I'm not designing it, because each of the countries or each of the projects, the architects and the designers themselves, they take their knowledge. They're the people who know more. But it's about facilitating that way of multidisciplinary way of working and understanding the strategy for that project. Like, for example, could be strategy, water reduction or stress reduction or productivity improvement or whatever. Then it's about coordinating that process more. But I would love to learn more how you're guys doing that. So.
Yeah. I was reading about a biophilic design being applied to a hospital in Liverpool not long ago. And it's quite interesting how, public sector are, taking more notice of how the building can impact on wellness, health and so on. So therefore kind of hospitals are starting to look at how they can integrate some of this stuff and making movements forward, perhaps more so than in the private sector, which is, interesting, isn't it?
It is very interesting. I think there is a lot to happen with the NHS in the UK. They're open for changing the rules in the health sector. So we're in very positive moments. I encourage everyone, because we're talking about the difficulties and how, but I encourage, and I am a positive person to dive into that and to see that there are opportunities. There are opportunities of new jobs. There are opportunities of new ways of living. Opportunities of new existence. The opportunities of new economies. We have to change the perspective. We have to think in the long term instead of thinking in short term. We want in now, and we have to stop thinking that way. And so I could talk for hours. Someone else wants to talk.
I agree with you. I agree with you completely. I think we should look at developing next gen these communities, eco villages. It's a match, right? Even Samuel is here from Nigeria. Samuel, do you have any examples of eco villages in Nigeria?
Hello,
Dr.
everyone.
Bishnu is also. Hi.
Hi. At the moment, as of the one that I know, we have some in Nigeria, but not much have been done yet. At the moment, myself and one of my friends, who is actually a senior colleague, very vast in environmental climate change, also is working on one who will actually be helping, and but the effect has not actually been that noticeable in this part of the world. So that's why this kind of summits will actually be of advantage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Bishnu, I believe what's happening in Kolkata, I think you were mentioning that there's more connection to nature in Kolkata. Professor Emmanuel, you have some words, some thoughts, Professor?
Well, basically, regarding the nature, usually in Ghana, what we have is more of the eco-resort area where we make good use of the natural resources, linking it. And now with our schools, burden of the schools, we are encouraging more of, people growing trees around there. So at the moment, every year, there's a national drive on planting trees. We have a day meant for tree planting. So everybody is involved, the schools, wherever you go, people are giving seedlings to start planting trees so that in the next 5-10 years, we'll have more trees within our communities and our schools, our residential areas for reducing the CO2 emissions. So there is a policy drive in Ghana at the moment, at least for the past 8 years, we have been seeing that type of tree planting day, each year where everybody is involved. People are educated on the importance of keeping our ecosystem more natural so that at least we will be able to get the needed element of air that we need to survive as humans. Thank you.
It's interesting because in Pakistan, there's also a significant amount of tree planting activities. Now, I think we've all heard across the summit that there's a need to return to native biodiversity and how we design the flora, right? Because we have to rewild the flora and the plant typology that we choose. right, in terms of tree planting has to be one which is also sustainable, because we need to design in connection with the soil, and we need to design in connection with what's native in that biome, which is very much what Carlos said as well. So is there such a systems thinking in Africa, in Ghana, when it comes to such a forestation?
Yes, indeed. At the moment, there's that drive in Ghana that we are having such design thinking. In Ghana, we have the Green Burden Council, where it is mainly composition of architects and both professionals who come together to see how best they can be incorporating this in the school curriculum, where students are also taught on the advantage of, incorporating green building in their subject area that they are learning in their various university level. So that is one way to go about it, educating the public. Currently, the Ghana Green Building Council is in the forefront of it. And because of it is made of architects and other built professionals, definitely people are buying into it. The difficulty here is with where clients always complain of the initial cost. The initial cost is quite, frustrating for clients. Because, for example, if you are going to use bricks, for instance, to put up a 1 meter square of bricklaying, the initial cost of bricks and that of concrete block will be a little bit lower or cheaper than bricks, because you are going to buy number of quantities of bricks, and the bricks is quite expensive as compared to the concrete block, and you are going to use lesser number of concrete block to the bricks. So people intend, due to the initial cost, clients do not want to engage in that. Then we are trying to tell them that in long term, educating the client that in long term, you will be saving certain costs when you are using bricks, for example. So when you are using bricks, you will not need to paint. So the painting cost goes off. In terms of cooling the rooming temperature, you don't need to have air conditioning using bricks. Definitely that cost of energy also is taken care of. So that way of education, we try to educate the clients in seeing the need to accept this green burden technology incorporated in them. But the main area here is education of the clients, and that starts from our schools. But we want to start inculcating that from our basic level, so that when we train our children from infancy level, the need of using these local materials, the need of planting trees, making sure that we have gardens around our buildings, definitely they will also grow at the moment. So that is the paradigm shift that we are using, trying to educate our public, our clients, and also government is also trying its best. As I said, we have a policy document, the Green Burden Code, that was put up in 2018. At the moment, it's still on education, but there will be need for us, after we have educated the public, to now see our best to enforce it. Government are the biggest client when it comes to infrastructural development. And so if governments are being encouraged to use local materials in affordable buildings, in mass buildings, definitely many people would want to be encouraged to use these local materials, which will in turn help the environment and also increase the economic status of those who are into that. Thank you.
I must say, Ghana is doing some amazing things, and I would be very interested to have a copy of that policy report. I'll look into it, and we'll definitely be connecting, because it's so much of what Ghana is doing appears to be right-way actions, right? And we need a sharing of right-way actions in how we approach this. You're right. At the end of the day, And I'm very glad to hear that Ghana is looking at designing the right type of plant typology, because Pakistan is not, right? So, and as you know, around the world, a lot of this tree planting activities have been commercialized, and it is much more than just the business of planting trees. It is the ecology of the planet and how we design back the balance that we have taken away from the planet. Anyone else? Thank you.
Can I quickly jump in here? Like,
please, thank you.
For Ghana, it's better. You know, he actually said something I said yesterday as regards cost. Cost is actually a major factor in Africa, in this part of the world, whenever you actually want to design a thing. So please, I want to ask Professor, who is actually financing some of this projects? Is it your government? I just hope and I wish that our own government here can actually do likewise. You know, our population here is so much, and one major obstacle, one major hurdle we've been trying to cross severally is cross-cultural diversity. You know, people of different backgrounds, people of different thinking, people of different language, you know, people of different orientation. So, which so many times it will have been good if we have a kind of awareness, but you know, to train, to do a lot of awareness creation, you need so much of fund to actually do that. You need so much of personnel, you need manpower, you need energy to drive that. It's just as like I said, I'm an electrical engineer by profession before I actually went into agriculture with my wife. So I also do solar energy installation. Solar energy is cheaper. It's cheaper for you to have solar in your home, but the initial cost is very high. So people still prefer to run their generators. In so doing, they release, you know, all this kind of toxic gases into the atmosphere, which actually contributes to large footprints, carbon footprints. So which is not actually friendly with the environment. And that goes back into the water cycle for back to us as acid rain, and that has a lot of effects on our environment. So the cost part. So who is actually financing this in Ghana? Thank you very much.
Turab, I think that Jana is waiting to talk. Jana, please.
Yeah, sure.
Hello,
I think, okay, yeah, Samuel had a question for the professor,
okay.
but I think the professor dropped out and he'll connect back. Go ahead, Jana. And Samuel, will get to your question. Hopefully the professor will come back in and he'll get to your question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. So I would just have a quick question to Jules, and I hope, Jules, we can connect via LinkedIn. It would be a great pleasure, definitely. I think it was telepathy. You know, you joined when we were talking about the topic, so it's amazing to meet you. And I know the Eco-Villages network, so it's great to meet somebody from the network, actually. And, you know, really looking forward to learn more. I had a question to you, if you can share with us potentially some of the biggest challenges that you have when setting up an eco-village. Maybe you can share some from some of the projects, what you kind of came across, and yeah, what you can share with us. Thank you.
I think, you know, it is so varied, but I think it's the intentional communities. It's the getting the group of people together to come under agreement. One of our colleagues at the moment is looking at some land with 20 people in the Pyrenees. Even that decision, shall we take this land? You've got 20 people. They're looking at different places. She's been looking over the last couple of years, but getting everybody to say, yes, that's the right piece of land. It's going to work for us. This will work for all of us as a group. So I think that work really around kind of building a strong, cohesive community to which everybody can sign up to, and then getting that consent. So we work a lot in a kind of sociocratic way, where we do look to get consent from everyone, and the way that the kind of meetings are run are all done in that kind of way. but I'm from my understanding, from the feedback that I've got, it's that part that is often the most difficult, getting that consent around the right place to be, how you want to develop things, and keeping the cohesion between that group. I think once the small group has grown into a bigger group and things are established, that can, things are better. But I think it's right at that beginning point, building that strong community who are all have that intention to live together harmoniously, to work with the land and, in a regenerative way, and to find the right place for them that's going to be suitable for that initial small group, is where the challenges come up more often than not.
Thank you so much for sharing. I would have many more questions, but I think we can also take them offline at another point.
Yeah, of course.
Fabulous. Professor, you're back. Samuel had a question about who is financing this, I believe, in your part of the world, in Ghana. Did you manage to hear his question before you drop out? Professor, are you with us? Okay. I guess he has some internet connection. That's fine. Yes. Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you.
Good. Sorry. Basically, hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed. We can hear you.
Yes, basically the question from Nigeria indicating how is it being funded. It is true, in Ghana, the government is taking the lead. Let's say, for example, the tree planting. Seedlings are given for free of charge to every home to plant those trees within those sections. Then there was a pilot case where residential homeowners were asked to apply for some support, at least about 50% of the cost of retrofitting their homes with solar panel. The Ministry of Science and states where some buildings were selected and were given such facilities, just to encourage people to use it. By the time they use it, they see the benefit of it, then very soon people will now be encouraged to go into large scale. So there's government support in this drive in Ghana currently. At the moment, we do have a energy site where we are using solar panels. So currently there's this floating solar panel used from water in Bui Power in Ghana that is currently ongoing at the moment. Government is trying to increase the capacity, at least 10 megawatts of power as solar to the national grid. That is the direction that the government is trying to do, to see the need that people will now be going green and embracing the green building technology in Ghana. So there's government support in that regard as we are moving on to achieving this area. Thank you.
Just really impressed by what's happening in Ghana, and I think a lot of people who are hearing us is impressed too. We must learn from Ghana. And Professor, you are on board our vessel, and we need your expertise in sharing. And thank you so much for sharing in the ethos of the summit and sharing your views with us. That's really remarkable. We've got Aaron, we've got Beatrice, we've got Mr. Khalid here with us from Egypt as well. Yudhista as well, all the way from the Indus River, and we've got Dr. Bishnu. Any of you have any thoughts on the subject matter?
Yes, very good afternoon to all of you, distinguished speakers, distinguished guests, respected all. First of all, I express my sincere thanks and gratitude to all of you that it is a very valuable sessions which I have listening from the middle time of the session, that expertise talk is a much valuable in this session in respect of green economy, green buildings, green materials, and sustainable cities like that. So it is a major element towards achieving the sustainable development goal in the coming futures, and also it's the way to achieve net zero goal 2050. So this is in line. So it is a valuable discussion had with us, among all of us today. So I'm really grateful to all of you, all esteemed speakers who have exchanged their views, valuable discussions. They have shared their realistic project descriptions. So thank you so much. I'm really grateful to all of you.
Please stay on. Tell us a little bit, just take 5 minutes to explain to us about your green materials project that you are doing in your university that you had shared with us about new green cement. Yes.
Yes, I have developed a sustainable building material along with my research team in my area. That is actually there is many mining waste that remain there since 60 years. So nobody has taken initiative to utilize those mining waste. So I have examined that material, that it is similar to the traditional conventional materials like stone chips, sand, or fine grain materials, coarse grain materials like that. So that I've considered this waste as a valuable material. So I have tested this waste material in the laboratory and carry out research within 1 year span, and finally I have developed this material. I mean, stone chips, fine grain material, coarse grain materials, and finally I developed a bricks and concrete from this waste materials. It is mainly mining waste materials and partly of iron ore training materials. This is purely waste. So now it is a commercialized in our areas. That bricks actually it is a cold process, so there is no fuel is required to manufacture this brick, because in the barn clay brick, in traditional barn clay brick, we are using the fuel that is actually generating greenhouse emission gas, mainly carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases. So my process is purely cold process. There is no fuel is required. It is actually mining waste, purified mining waste and binding materials, and with the cold process, I mean curing process. So that brick I have developed. It's really a valuable product in the sense because it's not producing any greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, and at the same time we can able to use the all waste material which is dumped since last 60 years or 50 years. So many benefits I've achieved on this project, mainly remove this waste material, vacate the arable land, and at the same time in the traditional brick company they are using the fertile topsoil from the agricultural land, that actually gradually eliminating from the areas. So this is the outcome of my projects. Now it is a scalable project. I have taken initiative to spread this project all over the countries wherever mining waste is available in free of cost. This is my summary of the project, but somehow in the any other day I will show the details projects. It is a big PPT is there.
I think we will all be looking forward to having a classroom by you detailing with us your project. Jenna, I'm sure you have some thoughts and questions for Dr. Vishnu. Sounds interesting, doesn't it, Jenna? Is she here with us? Jules, what are your thoughts? You're on mute.
It sounds really interesting, and I think the use of waste in building materials, and it's got to happen. The circular economy is absolutely key. We've got to value these resources and make sure that we can make the most of them. Really interesting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It is actually a circular economy process.
Yes. Very good. Nuria, any thoughts on the matter?
No, I just
All right.
I just want to say bravo to all these new technologies, these new processes. I'm looking forward actually to see and to learn more from you, Dr. Bichu. That would be great. I don't know if you can do a little master class on that, or the more we know, the better we can spread the word about it. But it's keep on that great job. We need people like you out there. So bravo. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nuria. Mr. Khalid, please, your thoughts. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'm so sorry for error for my camera. Actually, I'm Khalid. I'm calling from Cairo, Egypt. And also I have a new project I shared in the chat box if you want to know more about my project. And also I hope I can support that for this summit to add something for education to all youth around the world, especially in Africa, because my project is really useful for all youth. I'm talking about multilingual and music curriculum for all ages, and also computer science. And that's also available for ladies and girls, especially in Africa. The ladies and women in Africa, they need more knowledge or about the technology, because they can support their children. That's what I'm talking about my project. And I'm so happy for this summit to can be able to share my project. And I'm waiting for the editing my project to support for all children and all youth and all women, girls around the world. It's my pleasure to do that. Thank you, Mr. Trapp, for this opportunity. Thank you. That's mine, Khalid.
You're welcome. Thank you very much, Mr. Khalid. I think, we've really accumulated wonderful knowledge on this epic closing salon of a new beginning. So this is not the end of the summit. It is the inaugural 01 summit of the Circuit 2024. I believe Dr. Renuka is working very hard for the next summit to be happening in Cairo. And there are great efforts being done underway, right, to connect the similar conversations with the Arab League as well. I think we have done a reasonably good job, right? I get uncomfortable with taking any form of praise because we've just started, and we have a long way to go. So the beginning is looking remarkable, right? So we need that similar energy and we need that similar passion, right? And I welcome all of you. In fact, we obviously now have a great deal of work cut out for us, which is great because now we have a direction, right? We know exactly what we need to do because we've set it up, in the right way. Everything starts from design, right? Design thinking. Your purpose for design in Islam, it's called niyat. What's your good niyat, right? So bad niyat leads to bad outcomes. Good niyat leads to good outcomes. Same everywhere, we need good intentions and we need a good purpose behind all of the work that we do. It is so obvious that everybody that has participated in this Salon Summit inaugural series, the Global South Good Soil Health Summit, initially it was interesting writing to so many people. I wrote to the plastic industry as well, who denied any connection between their industries and soil health. I wrote to several sustainable institutes as well who work on sustainability. It seems at the end of the day, we need to take responsibility and ownership for our actions because there's a knowledge gap, right? There's a significant knowledge gap that separates this line and this divide called the global north and the global south, right? So this can actually all be resolved, right, by designing right way actions with right way solutions done by right way engineers who already are doing what is needed, right? And the opportunity for us to connect all of these minds, these solutions on individual vessels. We clearly now have, different vessels that we can basically talk about soil literacy, introduce carbon literacy, understand and bridge the divides that exist, right, by working with each other, and obviously Jenna said something again, sell it. We've got to sell it. So that's my responsibility. And anyone who wants to share their responsibility with me is welcome to come on board, right? Because we need to package it before we sell it. So the summit is all about packaging great ideas, great humans, great people into sustainable business ideas. Because remember, sustainable cities and communities need sustainable commodities and solutions, right? So we need to design sustainable solutions and commodities and bring the pathway to that, right? Otherwise, it's just a pipe dream. So the SDGs deserve a lot more respect. The SDGs are well thought of systems. It is up to each individual nation. Alex said, no nation is alike. We can't imprint one model for all nations. He's right. But interestingly, the world is uniquely divided between the global north and the global south. And it seems to me the global north is called the global north because the systems that work for the global north, right, or have not worked are the same. And the lack of systems and the lack of resources and the lack of access that facilitates the labeling of the global south as well, right? Ms. Manur said something very interesting also today, you know. We have this false impression that we are weaker, right? Actually, the global south is extremely strong. The global south has got natural resources. The global south has got young population. The global south has got hope and inspiration. And the global south has opportunity that the global north has run out of, right? The global north can be a vessel of knowledge and systems that we can share with the global south, and we can link people together, because we cannot exist as a divided planet if we are really serious about the business of climate change. And we should stop looking at it as the business of climate change, but the required way forward to have a planet. So I think climate changing is a very good indication that the planet is a living system that all ecosystems are connected. Right? What happens in one part of the world impacts the other. So we really need to understand that in order for us to design good planet together, we need to work together. We can't be separated by a group of individuals who know the truth versus a group of individuals that fight for the truth versus the mass population of the world that is ignorant of the truth. So at the end of the day, great divide happens between all of us. So which is why this summit has been illuminating, because, you know, Metagood and the GSFN, actually all of us who are part of this today understand the systems and understand the broken systems that exist for all of us, right? So ideally, the goal forward is to connect back so that we can have sustainable systems. So Metagood is a sustainable system change startup, right? This was what we needed to do, and this is what we have done, and we will not be ending. So I say not goodbye to everyone, I say hello. And I say, let's all say hello, because at the end of the day, GSFN, we are Dr. Renuka Thakur, brilliant lady, is a visionary, is a global capacitor, and we are really an engine. We try to function as the engine that connects all of those things together and keeps that engine going. That this appears to be what is our mission and what has been designed to be our mission. So I thank you everybody again for coming here today. And I really look forward as we will be having more. There will be no closing ceremony because we're not closing, right? So at the end of the day, we will follow up the sessions with more interesting classrooms held by different chairs and different purveyors of good. So an actions conference of purveyor, this is what it looks like, right? So, and we will not wait for a year to talk about what we did in this year. We will just keep on going so that we create that engine, that unification. As Dr. Khalid, has on his screen, he speaks up for education. So to speak up for education means we have to speak up, right? And education is that great divide that we talk about. And now we know what are the ways to get into and how do we bridge this great divide. So if anybody else has any other closing remarks, I would like to, if not, I'd like to hand over to a great human and a great champion, Mr. Bilal Farouk, who has received a tremendous amount of training in a short period of time. Thank you.
I would like to end up also by saying thank you so much. We have to give a big applause to Turab for putting all this together. Turab, Bilal, Dr. Renuka. This is a great, great summit. And I just wanted to say that you're rocking, Turab. Thank you for preparing all this and putting us here together.
We are rocking. The Global South is rocking. So I think that's a great takeaway here that, you know what, we're all connected. Look at what Ghana is doing. I love what Ghana is doing. It's amazing. So Mr. Bilal, shall we have the closing from you? Thank you. Okay, so Bilal, you know, this internet issue that we have seems to unite the world, doesn't it? Right? And we are all having internet issues everywhere around the world right now. And are we really a connected planet? So it seems that we will remain connected. Bilal is not able to come on right now. So, Ms. Nuria, shall we close the day?
Yes, we can close the day, Turab.
Thank you.
I think.
Thank you so much. See you. See you. Thank you so much. See you again.
Thank you, everyone. See you later.
Soon. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Samuel.
See you
Jules,
soon.
for
See you
spending time
soon.
with us. Thank you,
See you
Jana.
later.
Thank you, everyone. Udasta, all of you, Mr. Khalid.
Yes, bye-bye. Until
Bye-bye.
soon.
See you soon. See you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We'll
Bye.
see you
Take care,
very
everyone.
soon. We'll see you very soon.